Hello,
Good day,
everyone.
everyone. Richie from Hola Prime. Hey, Igor. How you doing?
I'm okay, thank you.
Perfect. It's just you and me. Skeleton crew
Yes,
today.
yes.
I know Walter's traveling, so yeah, it must be a bit difficult for him. But
Yes.
anyway, we can handle things, right?
Of course, we will find
Awesome.
solutions.
Yeah, we'll try our best. We'll try our best. Again, to all our viewers, any questions you might have, please drop it there in the chat box and we'll be happy to answer them for you. I'm going to kick things off today quickly. Just I wonder, there's a few potential trades that I'm interested in, depending on what price action might be doing. And then, Igor, I'll hand it over to you. I won't take too much time. Generally,
No
most
problem.
of my setups occur around about market open anyway. That's the stock market open, obviously. So let me just share my screen. It should be coming up now. Do you see it there, Igor?
Yes.
Perfect. Right, so I'm just going to run through the three markets I'm watching today. It'll be the SPX 500, NASDAQ 100, as well as crude oil, WTI, West Texas Instrument. On the SPX, price obviously bounced really hard. This after, the tariff tweets from Trump that he was going to impose potentially on the Europeans. Obviously, there was a strong sell-off and a pretty strong recovery back to the upside. So definitely bullish, right? And that goes the same for NASDAQ. So we just cleared yesterday's highs over here. And with this strategy, I obviously like to see price levels, see some sort of a reversal to the downside, switch to a 1 minute time frame. We can get a price structure break that I can clearly see on the 1 minute time frame with fair value gaps, and I'll get into a trade if price retests those fair value gaps. I won't spend too much time here on the SPX, as I'm more focused here on the NASDAQ today. Reason being, and I just quickly want to go to a higher time frame. Let's make it an hour. I was actually last week when I was sitting with Howard. I don't know if you were with me, Igor. We were talking about this formation over here potentially being a expanding triangle. Now,
We talk about
expanding
that. Yes.
triangle is just pretty much that. It's a megaphone type patterns. Also, the other
Yes.
name that traders like to use for it. Typically very volatile, and quite often when it ends, it also ends very abruptly. You quite often get V-shaped bottoms or tops, depending on which direction it moved in. So it was around about here, I think it was last week on the 20th, that I was saying this looks a lot like an expanding triangle. And how I was looking at it is that we probably had an A, so the internal waves of expanding triangles or symmetrical triangles, doesn't matter, run 5 waves. There would be 1 here, 2, 3, 4, and then this very strong 5th wave. Right? You can see by the shape that it's an expanding megaphone type of pattern. V-shaped bottom, very strong move back to the upside. Now, the thing that interests me here on the NASDAQ, and this is just something for those that like Elliott wave type of analysis or would like to learn a little bit more of it. Let me just get my screen back properly here. They typically form, whether it's a symmetrical triangle, ascending, descending, expanding triangle, whatever the case might be, they typically form as the penultimate formation or corrective formation in a bullish or bearish trend prior to a much deeper correction. Therefore, like ending a sequence is what I'm trying to say. Now, if you look at this very strong bounce we had up here, we could potentially be seeing, and I'm still bullish, I'm not saying anything bearish here, and this is that strong bounce that we start seeing here around about just before mid-April, like maybe a 1, a 2, then we had a 3, and then some sort of a 4th here, which was an expanding triangle, and then potentially that 5th. Now, that 5th could really extend quite far above the highs of the expanding triangle I'm going to show you right now. And then potentially we could get a deeper correction. I'll still view, if we do get a deeper correction, the entire price action as still bullish. But just expecting that we might be very close to seeing a deeper correction, so I'm pretty much trying to say. Now, this red line that I've drawn in here, where we had equal highs during the formation of this expanding triangle. And price action, let me just go back to the 5-minute today, just fell short of those highs by, I think it was 6 ticks or something like that. 3 or 6, 6 or so ticks, can't really remember, but very, very close, right? So my expectation today would be that price will still take out those highs. Now, we've had a little bit of decline prior to the 9 a.m. Time frame here. And I think we might be doing something like this. If we can get a deeper retracement into this area over here, then I think we could then set up nicely for trade back to the upside, at least targeting that 21,503.3 level. Okay, so the deeper price actually moves here, and obviously not breaking this low that occurred during the overnight session, then that could give us a nice setup to go long on the NASDAQ. All right, where potentially that might happen, obviously I can't really tell you that, but just from a technical perspective, price was in a bit of a range. That was yesterday during the afternoon session. We can clearly see that being the highs of those ranges. And this might be an area of interest if price can get into it. If we can see some sort of a bounce to the upside, then I might approach it in a way that, see if we can get fair value gaps back to the upside. Do we see a break of structure after a decline into that area that we might get an opportunity to go long? Alternatively, we're also sitting here with a pretty large fair value gap, just slightly below that. So anyway, sort of in this area is where I'll be interested in taking along. And that would be around about 21,450 to around 21,423. All right, so it's a pretty large area actually for the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ can move very fast. And it does currently look like we are moving into that sort of area that I might be interested in taking along. All right, I might approach it that if price does get into that area, let's say by 9:30, which is about 9 minutes from now on, wait for maybe that first 15 minutes to pass, use that opening range breakout type of strategy. And if price does confirm that it wants to break out to the top, then that will be the setup to potentially take. If there's enough space to then target the 21,503 level with enough, favorable risk reward ratio, then that would be the plan for me, at least on the NASDAQ. So this morning, price is sort of behaving the way I was expecting. Obviously, a lot of traders would have been, interested in taking a long year, maybe even before price broke out there, and now they're sitting with a decline against them. Okay, so my expectations, like I mentioned, break of that high potentially today. We'll just have to see if price can get into this area, what sort of price action I see. Are we going to see a rejection of that area, and then see if we can get long? So I'm just actually going to widen that a little bit and keep that on my chart and see what happens. We are currently seeing a movement lower. Before I look at crude oil quickly, even this little sequence up here was a beautiful 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now maybe an A, B, C. Flush these lows, or maybe a little bit deeper, and then do something like that. That's the plan, at least. Obviously, you got to trade always with a plan. And if things do follow your expectations, then you execute. At least that's how I like trading. Quickly, WTI Crude Oil. Before I pass things over to you, Igor.
Okay.
Pretty much stuck here in a very large range. Well, I won't say it's too large. It's almost like $2 wide from bottom to the top. Or actually a little bit more than just thumb sucking. But anyway, very volatile price action. I'm more interested in NASDAQ today. If I don't get an opportunity on the NASDAQ, maybe crude oil could give us that liquidity sweep type of setup. We've already taken out there was a lower high during yesterday's formation to the downside, and we had an overnight session high, around about 61.33. Price obviously broke that now, and it's just ticked above yesterday's high, which is at 61.61. Okay? So with the morning liquidity sweep strategy, I like to see price take a level, which is just done. And then obviously we need to start seeing some sort of reversal lower. If on a 1 minute time frame, let's talk about what I mean by changing character or price structure break. On a 1 minute time frame, if I can see clear high highs, high lows, obviously with structure of what a bullish trend looks like, and we can see a decline after a break of a level, in this case that level there, that then breaks below a previous structure point, in this case a higher low, with a fair value gap that forms, let's say somewhere prior to that break, then I'll be interested in a short trade should price retest that area, the fair value gap, and go short.
Nice.
Right, so I just wanted to get that out of the way. Sorry, very quick explanation of what I wanted to do, but I still want to give you some time to go through your stuff, Igor. It's just that I think that with NASDAQ being so close to that area, I just at least wanted to get the analysis part out of the way. So that's it for me. I'm very interested in taking along in the NASDAQ, more so than the S&P 500. So I'll keep an eye on things on my side, and I'll hand it over to you. Show us what you got.
Thank you, Richard. I can say just related to your setup, I like to be long right now for all indices, and I think that we need to watch the correlation of the US dollar and stocks, stock indices. So today I monitor the US dollar index all the time, and I figure out that again we're trying to achieve the psychological level of 100, and I think that if we reach that level for the US dollar, something will happen, not just in Forex market. I think that that will make some push in the stock market too. Don't know why, but and how, but I think that we need to monitor that, and I think that in that moment something will happen. So,
but do you think it'll be like a bullish or a top of a bearish sort of?
I don't know. I don't know yet. Just know that we will see some reaction. Something will happen. So this is just to monitor, and I will monitor very closely the dollar index today because of my trades and everything. Yes. So let me start first from the economic news, just from the start, to have just the bias for the all traders that watch this session right now. So for today, we can see one quite interesting day. We can say that without this tariff war and maybe 1 year before, this would be very, very interesting day. But actually, all these fundamentals data that we are watching in last several months don't have the impact as used to be before. However, it's very important to monitor this just to know what to expect. So the first thing that we saw early morning today, we have a CPA, bigger inflation for Aussie. And then we got something that we expected, interest rate cut for the New Zealand dollar. In that moment, in both cases, what's happened, everything was correlated with US dollar. So we first had a little bit push higher because the US dollar was a little bit lower, and then the whole market started to go down during the Euro session. So this was not just for the Aussie and Kiwi, which was correlated with news. This was something that were very similar, and for other Forex pairs. Today, what we have, and it can be interesting for all traders that watch this session right now, are FOMC meeting minutes. So today we will have some kind of the speech that we expect from the Mr. Jerome Powell, and it's important to know what we can expect here. So the first thing related to the price, I don't think that we can get something so big that can move the market so fast. No. But what we can assume, the first thing is that Jerome Powell said that he will excuse itself from passing judgment on what the trade war triggered by President Donald Trump. what it means for the economy, etc. So
Hmm.
he will be very clear and short related to that, and he will just tell maybe in that report that ex- he expected the tariff typically boost inflation and depress growth. And this is the only thing that I expected Fed Jerome Powell, chairman, can say in this speech that we can get today. However, what I'm thinking is there is a pressure, economic pressure, because all these tariff wars that push stocks in usually down right now, and Paul said, depressed growth. Uh, the very important thing is that maybe we can see some hawkish bias here, and maybe earlier interest rate cut.
Yeah,
If that happens during that speech, so that we can see a strong bullish trend from for the euro dollar and British pound dollar, which I'm watching very closely. And
yeah,
the good thing is that British pound dollar is a little bit lower than euro dollar, which means the risk reward ratio is much better for British pound dollar right now if that happens. So, but I think that market needs to prepare for that before that, you know. So what I want to see today, now I will go to the charts just to analyze that and create scenarios. Uh, I will just to show you standard British pound dollar chart right now. Um, and as you can see, right now, in this moment, just in the second minute of the US Open, we are on the lowest level today. So we are just below 1.3460. If you remember and watched the session yesterday, I talked about possible scenarios. And if you
yeah.
remember, I talked about 1.345.
Hmm.
So today, yesterday, I took a trade. And I took a trade around 1.3550. And in one moment, I was 90 pips in profit today. It was the moment when we reach 1.346 early morning today. And I waited for 1.345. Uh, I got only 10 pips. I thought that, oh, I will get 100 pips today. Excellent, round number, beautiful. And of course, the market started to go against me. First, I saw on the 1 hour chart a strong push, one candle. Then a little
And
bit,
now it's there.
okay, there is a bearish candle. Yes, there is a bearish candle. It will go down, no problem here. And then during the US UK Open, we had a strong push, and around a level 1.3485, I closed my trade. Actually, if we see that it's around 60 and something pips, it's
That's
beautiful.
still good.
It's beautiful. It's very good profit, excellent. But I was a little bit surprised because I really wanted to see 1.345, just because as you remember yesterday, I talked about that. I saw that in 2020 and 2021, we had the same price structure. We have the same price level as we have right now. And then we went to 1.3560, and then we went to 1.345. And in both cases, that was the place, just to retest the previous resistance. Now is the support. And
Yeah,
what's happened, we have the chance for that. Actually, today we had a strong push, but we stopped at exactly Asia high. So we started Euro session as a bullish bias. We touched the Asia high, and after that, it was just below, as you can see, simple moving average 50 here, which can usually used as a bullish bearish invalidation point sometimes when we have a clear trends. And everything is clear. Our bias is still bearish to 1.3520. And you can see that there was a clear reaction here. So we have one rejection, second rejection. So this level, this blue level, 1.352, is bullish bearish invalidation point. However, I'm ready today to make a counter trade a little bit with low risk, just because I'm watching the bigger picture and I want to see a retest of the previous support resistance, and I want to see reaction there. That's why I just want to show you, just to see how I see that on the 4-hour chart.
Okay.
Okay, so as you can see, the level 1 point, I will just show that. It was, I think, like here, maybe lower. I will just something like that. Yes, this is the level. So at level 1.3445, let me say, I can put a horizontal line, just you can see better here. This is the line, okay? And if I
Is
go a
that your
little
50
bit,
SMA, the
yeah,
blue
no,
line,
no,
right?
no, this line is just, as you can see, the
Okay.
resistance that we had in
Mm,
September 2024, that we
that's
have
right.
several times during this year. So this
Mm,
is very, very strong level. And what's happened? We retest this level multiple times. Then what's happened? We broke
yeah.
that level on the May
Yeah, you
23.
were talking about that yesterday, but I'm just also saying very strong level. So break, retest potential
Very.
now. And then you
Now,
also have that
yes.
50 SMA sort of lining up at the same area. So
Yes. Yes, everything
confident.
aligned. Everything aligned.
Yeah.
Everything aligned right now. And this is not all. If I zoom out a little bit, this chart, you can see that I can do my favorite thing, and that my favorite thing to draw a trend line. If I connect this dot and this dot here, you can see that we are almost on support on the
Almost there.
relative strength
Mm.
index trend line indicator.
Mm.
So we have the price level. We have the important trend line relative strength index indicator. We have retesting of the
Stronger
breakout of the
resistance. Yeah.
last week that
Yeah.
we didn't do. So we have a three, four things that show the same things. Even the
Hmm.
simple moving average show the same thing. So this is the setup that can be very interesting. And I will tell you what's happened in 2020 and what's happened in 2021. So we had exactly the same thing, exactly the same price level. So it's so weird that I'm so with some kind of the hype right now just because of that. So the last time we the same way we test 1.345 actually in one moment, and then price started to go up and reach below reach the level. We cannot see how that far is 1.362. So
Okay.
it's if right now we enter into the trade, there is a possibility based on the previous history that we can make around 140 pips if I don't or not. It's maybe more, just 150 170 pips. So it's a real swing trade that we can make here. But and the good thing is right now for this trade that I'm watching, that relative strength index is a little bit oversold. We are right now at the level 32 on the 1 hour chart. On a 30-minute chart, I think the level is around 30 level. So as you can see, even the that relative strength index, that of course it can be oversold, and we can get 50 pips after that down. It's not the way to use in that case. But the good thing is that because of I think that Jannie talking about that very very often, and that we
Yeah.
just try to retell what Jannie does. He usually and in the past he took average true range for every single day. For
Yeah.
example, if average true range is 100 pips, British pound dollar right now. And he realized that right now we made 100 pips down. You know, he knows that there is no a lot of room that we can make, for example, for 60, 50 pips down today. Today, we don't have a room for that. And we need to a little bit make either the counter trend, either to make some pullback, maybe short time lived, but we need to make some kind of the push. So there is a chance that today we can make that push. And the good thing is we have a FOMS report today, which can be bad for the US dollar and good for British pound dollar. And all these triggers that we have can give us a very, very good trade. So what I did today, I closed all my trades that I have. All of them were in profit, but I just closed them. And I wait for this new buy trade today, but I need to see something. The first thing that I would like to see, either to see a very long bearish candle and some reaction at 1.345 or a 1.344 level, or what I want to see, one bullish Ollie candle close. That will be enough for me to make a swing trade then, to put the stop loss to the previous support, actually resistance now, support 1.344, and to wait for something new there. But of
Okay, so
course,
you definitely
I
need some sort of reaction, right?
yes, I want to see something.
Mm.
I want to see some
Yeah.
reaction. Even we can watch that on a 1 minute chart. There's no problem. Why? Because as you can see, these movements right now just shows there is a room potential to downside. What they want to see is some big bearish candle and then some big push upside, something to see, something that I will feel comfortable to enter into the buy trade. And
Okay.
I think that this US opening market is beautiful for that, because we always have some kind of the price manipulation in this moment, and it can be really, really interesting to see. So I'm just watching that closely, and I hope that maybe during this session I will make the trade. On the other
Okay.
side, I'm watching the euro dollar. This is the euro dollar, and the euro dollar is actually in the same shape like like British pound dollar. Here, what I can see is that we're really below simple moving average on the 1 hour chart, which is a bullish bearish validation point. But if I see today again price above 1.333, I think that it will be enough for the bullish sentiment and to go bullish. What I'm watching today, I can watch the relative strength index as a trend line here too, because today I will just show that. Okay, I just make mistake. I will just pick the trend line here. Okay, and if I just show a trend line here, bulls breakout, and then you make this kind of the trend line. After that, it will be clear trend. So if I see that we are going relative strength index on a 1 hour chart above 45, it will be beautiful. It will be beautiful for the push, but maybe late. So if you trade euro dollar and you want to buy just because of this that I'm talking about, it will be like to do earlier. Maybe it will be a little bit tough trade, but I
Yeah.
think better to be tough trade than to have a poor risk reward ratio if you believe in something. So here, the bullish bearish validation point, of course, is here, but I think the maximum that we can see down is this price at 112.60. This is the maximum that I can see, but I don't believe that euro dollar can push so low here. Because British pound dollar can, because of huge volatility, but euro dollar is usually slower, just slower. But I will just put the market define the levels, and I will just relax and don't think about that. And now the beauty of the day is the US dollar index because it was really insane movements here. But what the good thing is, on 1 hour chart, I catch the trend line. And this is the most important thing. So my trend line is now very clear. And this is it. So this is the three dots. Now, when you have a three dots, there's no mistake. If I see that price break this trend line on a hourly close, I'm 90% sure that the trend will shift to the bearish. So this is something I can make mistake if I have only two dots that I need to connect. But when I have a three dots, that is clear. And usually more dots and more stronger trend line, then that means that the breakout will be much beneficial for me with a bigger push on the other side. So this is something that I watch. And of course, as you can see on the US dollar index right now, we are right now at 99.86 price level. It's important for me because I hoping to see 100 here. We're very close to that price. And then everything will align. Simple moving average on a 4 hour chart, then 4 hour chart will touch the trend line. This will be the psychological level. So I will have 5, 6 triggers. All of them will be aligned. And then I will expect to see the market rejection and push on the downside for US dollar index. So as you can see, I'm watching a lot, really a lot of things right now. So I hope that that will bring something to me today. So we will
Very nice.
see.
Yeah.
We will see what will happen there. And for the end, just to show two more charts, just because
Okay.
of today's news that we got the news for Aussie and Kiwi. So this is the story of today. So you can see the opening range, and in the moment when we got the news, this green candle, but this is only 1 hour related to the inflation report. And after that, we just touch the simple moving average 50, and after that, the market whole day is in on the downside. But the good thing is, right now we are on support from British pound dollar, and you can see that we are on support Aussie dollar. Look this this area from the last week. Beautiful, really beautiful. But the problem is that we can stop here right now, and we can go a little bit lower, like here. So if you want to enter in this trade, for example, right now, you need to put the stop loss below this area here from the May 20. So it's very important because there is a probability that we can touch this low too. So this is important if you trade the Aussie dollar on that side. And if you plan to enter sell order right now, I think it's not good because of the poor risk reward ratio. And right now, Aussie dollar, we can see the same picture. We got interest rate cut, which should put a little bit weaker New Zealand dollar, which I think that it wasn't that. Because of that, everything is aligned with the US dollar index, as you can see for Aussie. So the movement of New Zealand dollar and Aussie dollar, everything is the same. We just went down. We had this bullish push because of the US dollar index, and now we are down. And there is a low here at a zero 0.6 level. So I don't know, will we touch or not today? But I need to monitor that and wait to see what will happen. So these are the major Forex pairs that I monitor, that I want to see something there. And for all of them, the bias is the same. We are really bearish against the US dollar, but I hope that we can touch some important support, make reversal, start to go up. But I need to see that on the chart before I enter into the trade.
Gotcha.
So this is the part of the me. Something happens right now. Just to say, of course, this is the end of the U.S. Opening range, but I like this push here. And the good thing is
So
we
you're
really
still
touched
expecting for price
345,
to
which
potentially
was
touch that level, or do you want to have it touch the level, or what if it misses it by a few ticks or so, or pips?
we touch 1.345, so we
Okay.
accomplished that
Okay.
thing. The only thing is sometimes we can go 10 pips lower because
Hmm.
the zone what was resistance it's not
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
price level, it's its own.
Hmm.
So this is the only thing that I'm bother. But the good thing is I just see that after when I finish, I will go to the futures and start to analyze the volume. But I think that we are on the good side for the trade. So maybe while we are here, I can create one trade that can be just good because we have this kind of the push, and we did all that we need related to the my setup. So it's good maybe to show the trade here to traders to see. And later, of course, I will analyze that in better way. I will just go to my trading platform right now, if you don't mind, Richard.
Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
Just I just need to stop sharing this. And always when I open the trading platform, I have a little bit frozen moment here. This is because of the huge memory consumption. Uh, okay, now I will go to share the screen.
I'm not seeing anything yet, Igor.
The, I will try again. It's a
Okay.
little bit slower when I open the platform. Okay, yes, this is the platform right now. So I hope that you see right now.
I don't see it yet, Igor. Here we go. There we go. I'm
Excellent,
adding it.
excellent. Okay, I'm entering into
Um,
position.
it's not showing,
I'm
Igor. Just hang
by.
1 second. There we go. A little bit of a glitch. I
I'm
do apologize, but anyway.
excellent. I'm entering into the trade. As you can see, I purchased a British pound dollar. Now
Mm-hmm.
I will just modify position and set the stop loss. My stop loss will be 3435. My take profit is 1.362. So I'm risking 30 pips and I'm trying to accomplish 150 pips.
Oh, nice.
So it's a little bit insane, but I hope that will be something here. The probability is not big when you have this kind of risk reward ratio, but levels are so strong. So I believe in that, and we will see what will happen there.
Yeah, I do think you got to be a bit crazy to be a trader, right?
Yes, of course. Without
you
that,
gotta you
nothing.
gotta take a chance.
Yes,
Otherwise, you're never gonna
this
trade.
this is this job is not for normal people.
Definitely not.
Yes.
All right. Well, good luck with that, Igor. I'm quickly going to show you my NASDAQ chart. It's been pretty wild while you were going on there. But
Yes.
let me just get that back quickly. We should come up on stage now. There we go. So when I did my analysis, price was still around here by the opening, fell short of that area. Strong move up, strong move down. So now price is within that area. And what I'm interested in here is still a long, or a buy order, or to go long, right? Or to purchase the NASDAQ, however you want to call it. That being said, that's a pretty strong decline that we've seen there. So yeah, but like you said, Igor, you gotta be a bit crazy sometimes.
Of course,
So
of
I'm gonna
course.
stick to my guns. I want to go long, but I'm gonna play it in a certain way, and I would like to still wait for another 6 minutes or so. So I want to first, basically, 30 minutes range to form, which is the high of that box around about. This is now the NASDAQ, guys. 21,530. We still have 6 minutes or so before top of the hour, and that low currently is at 21,434. Okay,
Yes.
so one way how you can play this, and this is something I've done in the past, is you wait for, let's say, a 5 minute candle
Okay.
to just break at range, catch everyone unaware. You got guys that want to short it, and sometimes they're right, and price will go in that direction. But instead of it actually continuing lower, it actually breaks back into the range, creates a fair value gap, and
Nice.
then you just get long, basically targeting the high of the first 30-minute range. So with my bullish bias, that is still something I would like to do. It's not to say price will take out the current range low, but it's definitely something I'm looking at. And it's been a very strong decline, so you've got to be a bit crazy to think the price is going to go up again. But it is what it is, right? In this current, I'm going to say, volatility that we've been seeing, or pretty much the whole year, you get these V-shaped bottoms, V-shaped tops, inverted V-shaped tops all over the show. So you really need to stick with your guns, back yourself, obviously manage your risk properly, and then go for it. So we got about 5 minutes left before, or 3 minutes left before the close of this candle, and then we'll have to see what happens afterwards. So I still have a little bit time. Let's quickly look at crude oil. So crude oil did give us a little bit of a reversal from that high of yesterday. Let me just, this high of yesterday over here. Oh, sorry. And then we have, I just want to go to a 30-minute time frame here. And I don't know why that's moved, but anyway, there are these highs as well. Keeps moving at 61.85. So if price would continue trading sideways, make a move, break that level, any one of these setups could, or any one of these levels could be an area where price might reverse from. So now it's just a matter of seeing what falls next into place, right? Do we see a price structure break? Do we see a fair value gap that forms prior to the price structure break, etc., etc.? So currently, if you look at this, let me just zoom in there nicely again. We've had a move like this high highs, high lows, right? Structure of an uptrend. That was our last one. Price did break a level, and now it's moved lower. Now, whether it's actually broken that level, let me just draw in a line there or not. I can't really see the 100% yet. It just sort of formed a double bottom with it, right? Because I'm a little bit aware that price might still actually want to rather break this top level rather than this one, I would like to see, if I want to trade crude today, at least a proper push below that price structure point. Not just like a pip. I mean, that was just one tick that it went below that level. And then, yeah, we already got a few fair value gaps. So not a few, we got none actually at the moment that has formed. So a fair value gap is, for those that are not aware of what they are, basically a three candlestick formation where a gap forms between the low of the high of the first and the third candle. Generally, your second candle in the formation is a long-ranging candle which creates a fair value gap. There is actually one over here, a very small one, but a small one nonetheless. So I just want to see on crude oil at least a decent break of that 61.47 level. Could probably go a little bit lower. We've already tested it, 61.47. But, thus far the trend's still up in my opinion. I want to see a proper break of that area. What's the NASDAQ doing? New candle just formed.
Beautiful.
So now I'm going to pay close attention to what price does within this area here. Again, it might continue lower. There will be resistance potentially to the upside, especially when we see big fair value gaps like this that formed. But currently price is still within the first 30-minute range. Or I just take a stab at it. Maybe if we get some sort of like Walter calls it a railway type of candlestick formation, or railway track as he calls it, or a bullish engulfing, then potentially that could be a signal to go long. But I do like these type of setups where, you got a lot of these guys trading the opening ranges. They can trade the 15-minute, 30-minute, generally not more than 30 minutes, where they actually catch people out that think it's going to go directionally one way, and sometimes it does. And they just wipe these guys out. Everyone goes short, and then immediately see a reversal will gap back into the range. And those can offer quite good risk-reward ratios as well. Doing a little bit opposite of what the crowd is doing, if that makes sense. We got some questions here from Mark. Mark, how's it going, buddy? You were with us yesterday. Which chart would you like me to start with, Mark? The NASDAQ chart? Right, so I'm interested in a NASDAQ here. And from an analysis standpoint, I'm trading from the 5-minute, but I'll go to a 30-minute here for you quickly. I don't know if you missed the first part of the session. I was talking about the NASDAQ, and this is actually last week. I was talking about this potential, and we didn't know it was an actual expanding triangle yet last week, but I was talking about the possibility that it might be an expanding triangle within obviously a very strong bullish trend. I'm just using a 30 minutes, and I'm using the NASDAQ here. Now, quite often when these expanding triangles end, they end very abruptly, and they travel in 5 waves. So typically, most people are familiar with your symmetrical triangles, or you get ascending, descending triangles. That will be an ascending triangle. A descending triangle would be something like this. Whoops. Which we had in crude oil, actually. That one had formed over weeks prior to price breaking below it. But I spotted this last week, and I still expected some bullish price action. Now, this also paired, which is really interesting, because I know these patterns quite often end very abruptly after a 5-wave sequence. And I would take this as the end of maybe a 3rd wave, giving us an A, B, C, D, E, and boom. Today, right before the 9:30 mark, I said I'm expecting price to break those highs, that red line at 21,503, which is pretty much the highs that formed during this formation over here. Now, that has currently happened. I was actually expecting around about the 9:30 a.m. mark for price to move a little bit lower. Where was this? Around about here. Into this area over here where we've got a huge fair value gap on the 5-minute time frame. And we also have, I don't know if you see this green little box here, obviously where we had all these highs or clusters of highs that formed yesterday during the evening session. So I expected to move into that and expected then to take a long off to see a break of that 21,503 level. Now, that break actually occurred prior to price now declining. And I also mentioned earlier to Igor, I don't know if you missed that, Mark, is that quite often your triangles, regardless of what type of triangle you're actually dealing with, whether it's ascending, descending, symmetrical, or expanding triangle, they typically form as the last corrective pattern prior to important highs or lows. So this is not to say that we're now going to get a much deeper correction in the biggest scheme of things, but at least from this sequence that we've currently been following, after that triangle ended here, this, and because, in the big scheme, that triangle ended here, this might be now they're getting very close to the end of the next series to the upside. And again, I'm just talking here about smaller time frames, right? But when it all comes together, I'm thinking we're going to see a much deeper decline, potentially before we take out, if we're going to take out the all-time highs. All right, so that's my expectation. But in the near term, I am interested in still taking a long. I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to play this, because that was a very strong decline that we've seen into that area. So the one method to try and trade this back to the upside would to be using that 30-minute range breakout followed by a gap or fair value gap back into the range, and then see if I can get into a trade. Hopefully that makes sense, Mark. Yeah, it's just maybe I should just have some more cleaner charts open. I'll probably do that during my next session, because a lot of these charts are marked up specifically for the morning liquidity sweep. So if I go to a higher time frame on them, all those lines appear on the higher time frames as well. Igor, we've got a question from James.
Yes, I will answer right now. First,
Please do.
thank you, James. Thank you, James, for your question right now. I will just show my charts to see what's happened here. First, just a little break here. You remember I just talked last half hours about my trade setup, and just I hope I will be seen on the chart soon.
There we go.
Yes, just a moment. Excellent. So please, British pound dollar chart, just a fresh update. Look, people, this is the 250-minute candles. So this is the beautiful push by the to the pip. So I'm talking about 1.345. We reached that level, and after that, this. So this is incredible. I'm so surprised how market reacts at the same levels. That it's insane. So we have really good push.
Very nice.
I analyze the volume. The volume increased right now. So it's a beautiful push upside that we can see. And this can go really high. So my level is 1.362. So this can be really 150 pips straight. But the push is really, really beautiful. And now for James, we are talking about US dollar Swiss. US dollar Swiss is actually opposite trade than British pound dollar, euro dollar, etc. So if I see that the US dollar is going down, I want to see down because this is a little bit tricky to trade. I will just show why. First, I see that Swiss can be weaker, and which can give US dollar Swiss a bullish potential. However, US dollar is a little bit weak now, last couple days, actually from the last week. And this is the mixed thing. And I don't like to trade this right now setups. So what I'm seeing, if we see very weak dollar, which can be, especially after these FOMS minutes, I'm bearish here. So if I go to the 1 hour chart right now, the first thing that I want to see is break to the 1 hour, 50 minutes moving average here. And then that will be, I think, justification that we can go down and to the downside moves. Actually, right now we were on the resistance, just below the resistance, as you can see, the resistance from the May 2022, yes, and we rejected that resistance, and we starting to go down. So I'm bearish US dollar Swiss and bullish Euro dollar, British pound dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, everything just now, just because of the US dollar index. But everything depends on US dollar index. So you need to monitor US dollar index a lot if you want to make decision to trade or not to trade, to enter, not to enter. Of course, this bearish push of the US dollar index is nothing. Everything can turn on in 1 hour. So we cannot predict the market, but there is a chance because we
Yeah.
were at 99.9 level, and we reject that level. We are below 100. Maybe there is a chance that we go below. If you see that US dollar index is below 99.44 for this day and tomorrow, I'm completely sure that we're going bearish. So this level is very important. So I think everything is related to the US dollar index right now, and I want to watch this. However, by my bias is bearish US dollar and bullish euro dollar, US dollar Swiss, bearish, etc., etc. Everything correlated with US dollar. So this is my setup right now. And like I said, my trade right now is a British pound dollar. I'm watching this really, really carefully. The good thing is just what's happened now in the market. One of the interesting thing that a lot of stocks traders use in trading are V shape. And for the V shape, you need to have ultimate low or high. And the
Yeah.
second rule that you need to have is this: on the left side, if you go in the past, there's nothing. So there's no low on the left side. This is the fresh low. Of course, you can find low, for example, from the last week, but for the couple days before, there's no low at 1.3450. And because of that, there is a chance that this can be a good V shape. But of course, it's not a rule. Sometimes just stop and retrace or something like that. But the good thing is right now the push is beautiful. We already have a 30 pips push for British pound dollar. We have the same push for euro
Yeah, man.
dollar.
It's,
We
it's
have the
still
same
going.
push
Very
for
nice.
it's really going. And what I like is volume, and what I like is a really a good push in a short period of time. So in just how far we have a really good with the push, and this can be very interesting. Interesting trade for everyone. Even the euro dollar
Ooh,
is
look at
pretty
that.
volatile. So for euro dollar to make 26 pips in 20 minutes, it's really insane. Usually because it's a little bit slower currency pair, and now we're really have a real bullish bias here. So I like it. I really like it, and I think this can bring us the new highs for the euro dollar and the British pound dollar. So please, guys, if you have any questions, I can answer. And I,
Nice, Igor.
Richard, if you don't mind, what I can do, because right now we have two interesting guys that watch us, Mark and James. I want just to show you a long-term perspective and the bias related to the commitment of traders cut report.
Oh,
And I will
absolutely.
just show you how that looks like now.
Igor, I just quickly want to answer this question
Just to
from
see,
Mark,
just to feel the market.
if you don't mind.
Yes, yes, please. Yes, please.
Sorry, Mark just had two follow-up comments there. He was asking me if I trade all sessions and only session opens, and do you follow runs on liquidity in terms of high session highs or lows, or previous days highs and lows, and what pairs do you follow trade? Thank you. So I don't trade any forex pairs. I started trading forex way back. I've been trading now for 16 years. It's just not something that gels really nice with me. I don't know why. I think a lot of traders have their specific markets that they like following. So I quite like trading the NASDAQ, although it can be a beast, and the S&P 500 and crude oil. That's why you're seeing it on the charts here at the moment. And now I don't particularly trade all sessions. I'll tell you, mostly now I like to trade between the 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. time window. Trading the S&P 500 or the ES, the NASDAQ or NQ and WTI or crude oil, right? Um, And it's a very mechanical type of setup. So yes, I do want to see price take out during that time window, previous session highs or lows. Doesn't have to be overnight highs and lows. It just depends on which highs and lows price is actually approaching as soon as it enters into that time window. Now, I must say that very often you get your liquidity sweeps if you're patient enough. The ones that work out the best, if it actually takes out level where you had clusters of highs and lows, like multiple tests of highs and lows, for example, on a previous day or overnight sessions, rather than just like a peak, price takes out that peak and it reverses. It also happens. But what I like about it is it's not too much indicators involved. It's a very mechanical type setup. One thing must follow after the other. It keeps you focused, and I only have to concentrate for 2 hours really. That being said, being in South Africa, as you probably know, trading the New York session in the morning, it gets quite late here, especially now with winter. I mean, it's almost dark here in Cape Town where I'm at. So I don't like trading for too long into the New York session, at least, maybe 6 p.m. our time, South Africa, and that's it. That being said, I found a similar model works really well trading the FTSE 100. So the during the London Open, and I've seen pretty good results if price takes out or they have a liquidity sweep above or below the range it typically forms during your Tokyo session. And then quite often you get reversals. Liquidity sweep, some call it runs, whatever the case might be. So I've been trading that recently also, just doing, a little bit of trading during the morning. And I quite often find our time, South Africa, getting into a trade anyway from just after 9 a.m., which is 8 a.m. in London. And it goes until about 1 p.m. It's normally when I get my setups to occur on the FTSE. And I've had pretty good success doing that as well. And then Mark goes on to say that he's got a lot of analysis paralysis. That's definitely a thing from following too much YouTube stuff. And he just wants to follow a simple strategy with simple rules and be mechanical as possible to develop some confidence. I hear you there, Mark. That is something that comes also with experience, right? Analysis paralysis, and Igor will probably vouch for me. Traders typically start with too many indicators on the chart. There's just too much stuff going on. Multiple time frames, 10 different indicators. And the other thing is a big problem jumping from one strategy to the other all the time. You're never ever going to get that consistency. So yeah, I hear your pain there. And that's also why I like following this strategy, is because it's almost 100% mechanical, right? That being said, there is human sort of ingenuity that has to go into that, and it's a lot of times stomach feel. I won't just take a mechanical trade if I feel, this comes with experience, that I might be on the wrong side, maybe reading price action a little bit in a different way is what the price is actually telling me, trying to foresee what might happen. But yeah, building up confidence is one of the most important things, but you're never going to get that if you keep on jumping from one strategy to the other. But that being said, it's probably a good thing that you do try to focus on something that is as simple as possible, and that follows a few steps that you can, without double thinking about things, follow to the T and execute, and try to build that confidence and that consistency.
Excellent.
Ooh,
Really
sorry,
excellent, Richard.
long answer
Nice
there.
tip, Richard.
Sorry.
Nice, Richard. Tip. So I can just add something because Mark, your question is really good question, and this is the something I think most important thing, most important question. This strategy that Richard used is a beautiful strategy because in this case, when he uses this strategy, he knows in which time frame, in which time, when he will trade, and he just concentrate in that point day of the time and do that every single day, and it's really beautiful. But I
Hmm.
can tell you, you can do that the same. So I would just
Yeah.
give you example. My strategy, for example, is an intraday strategy. So I can take the trade and hold to the end of the day, and sometimes to the tomorrow. But what is the catch? This is the catch. You have some trend. Okay, it's bullish trend. Imagine that you have a bullish trend, and you have a Asia session. During the Asia session, you will have some small pullback, or you will have some small movement, usually zero point 0.2 daily average true range by statistics. So you will never trade that. You will wait for the UK Open. If
Yeah,
there is a UK Open, you know there is a half hour of the UK Open when you can expect manipulation. That is the moment. For example, if you are bullish, you wait for some manipulation low price to enter, or if you are bearish, you wait for some higher price to enter. And what
mm,
you can do is, if you're a beginner trader, you can wait the end of the UK and US Open, and then you can pick your bias, you can enter into your trade, and you can keep that trade to the end of the day. Or if you want to a little bit a short time frame, you can do like Richard, to wait for the low or high price, enter, uh, and you can close very 1 hour and half hour and 15 minutes. And the good thing is, to avoid this analysis paralysis, is to pick the time frame when you want to trade and to trade then. So that
and stick with it. Yeah.
timing, the trading, it is the answer for everything. And usually you can see all my trades are after the UK and US Open. Richard during the US Open, Jannie when this, Paul with this, but everyone have very similar strategy related to timing. So no one will enter into the trade, in the end of the day, or in some moment when really there's no something, when the market is boring and there's no bias or something. So this is, I think, the most important thing, that timing of trading.
100%
So
agree. Yeah, Mark, just stick with it. But that's the hardest thing. It's like also that self doubt that you have, like in the beginning. You're just not making strides and not getting that consistency. Um, I'm a true believer that, like they say, if you want to become an expert in anything, you need about 10,000 hours in front of the screen. So
yes.
that is something that I truly believe in. And yeah, it's just very difficult if you're not seeing any consistency to not, look for something else, the next silver bullet, jump from one strategy to the other. At least go and open a chart if you want to jump from one strategy to the other, and follow, if it is mechanical or it's got mechanical rules, and go through months and months of data, and mark your charts up and build confidence that way. If you see it's working, you got good backtesting results, then go execute. Um, if you don't see it, and it's one strategy might not fit your personality at all either. So that's also another thing. But and anyhow, um, you're welcome, Mark. Igor, did you want to show us those flip
Yes,
charts?
yes, yes. I want to show the charts, and especially for James, just to see something related to
Okay.
the COT report. I hope
Mm-hmm.
that I will be seen on the screen soon.
Should come up. There
Yes.
we go.
Okay. So this is the chart for the Swiss franc. So this is the Swiss franc futures, only Swiss franc without US dollar. And you can see the red line, the red line, and you can see the green line. Actually, the green line are large speculators. And you can see that they're buying long term. They're buying this US dollar Swiss, which means that the US dollar Swiss is rising, and if that happens, US dollar Swiss should go down. But this is not the only thing. We have the US dollar index, because you make US dollar Swiss when you cross US dollar and Swiss. And if you go to see the US dollar, you can see it's going down. If you check the green, which are large speculators, the big institutional traders, they're bearish. Now there is another chart below. This is the Commitment of Traders, Financial Traders, TFF. They're institutional asset managers. And if you check their portfolios, you can see they're short for US dollar index too. So on one side, you have the big institutional traders, and they're selling US dollar. On the other side, you have a big institutional traders, they're buying Swiss. That should go down. So on the large perspective, US dollar Swiss now should go down. Of course, there is a problem. Sometimes these all reports are 2 weeks late. You wait for that reports every single time, and sometimes the market can switch and go in other direction. That can happen. But the good thing is we know the major bias of institutional traders. And what is important thing, and I just want to share with you, it's important that this bias will be to the end of this month. But in the June, I cannot guarantee that. I need to see again cut report. And if I see again the same patterns, then I can tell you that what will happen with US dollar Swiss in next 1 month. And I will tell you why. Because big institutional traders, asset managers, usually they do managing their portfolios at the end of the month and the first beginning of the month. And when they do that, it can really, it's enough to close one big trade and make another big trade, and everything will turn on. So it's very important to again analyze these charts just next week. We got the new reports, and then to analyze everything from the scratch. So this is the for
Correct.
US dollar Swiss. And for the British pound dollar, just to share you this, because this is something that I trade, you can see we have a bullish bias here. The green is up. We have a bullish bias. It's a little bit flat last 2 weeks, but they're keeping their positions buying British pound dollar, which is good. We have a weak US dollar buying British pound, and I think that can give us the new highs for British pound dollar. Of course, I repeat again, we need to see again at the beginning of the June, because now they're doing that, managing their portfolio. And what they usually do, that big institutional asset managers, they're looking for weak currency and strong currency. They're match them and trade them. And when they make enough profit, or they don't want to hold anymore, they close the trade at the end of the month and take some other. And this is why important to watch from the beginning of the month, because they change rebalancing. They call that rebalancing portfolio. And we need to
Yeah.
monitor that so we can catch their moves.
Yeah, and it will take sometimes a little bit of time before it actually reflects in the markets. Like you say, you could have a little bit of a dip if it said it was bullish in the near term, which is perfectly normal. Nothing moves in a straight line.
Yes.
But yeah, I used to follow the cut reports quite a bit,
Yes.
especially on the commodity side of things. Very interesting stuff.
Yes. Yes.
We
There is
got
a
a.
one question related
Mhm.
to the US dollar Japanese yen. Um, Actually, about my trade. What's happened there? Because I will just answer on the question to James. I had a bearish move for the US dollar Japanese yen, bearish order, and I closed that order. I think that I was something small in profit. But why I closed? Because I put a lot of my asset in British pound dollar, and I don't want to have multiple currency pairs in the same direction. I want to pick one and concentrate there. So this is why I close US dollar Japanese yen. I still believe that US dollar Japanese yen can go down, but I think also that right now British pound dollar is more interesting. And the problem here is that the yen changed a little bit after the speech 2 days ago, changed a little bit bias. And this is why I'm just out of the trade, because last 3 days we are bullish, and this is not good. Actually, I was very good. I was more than 100 pips in profit for US dollar Japanese yen. But like I said, I don't like that when I have several days bullish on the US dollar Japanese yen. So I went to the British pound dollar, but I will wait again and enter maybe again in a sell position. Just I'm waiting for some maybe bigger push down or something like that. But my bias is still bearish.
Awesome. Mark's asking me what's your background, Richard, before you traded full time. Mark, like I mentioned, I've been trading now for 16 years. I've not been trading full time 16 years. Um, I've got a pretty colorful background. Joined the Navy after school, where I became a Navy diver. Didn't want to stay too long, got bored. Traveled overseas, all over Europe, worked on super yachts for quite some time. I was a chef during that time. Um, Came back to South Africa at some stage. Had a bakery.
Beautiful.
uh, Worked in a little bit of restaurants, and then I had a concrete business with my now wife before the kids arrived. And yeah, so a lot of different things. But when my first boy arrived, I got interested into trading quite a bit from a friend of mine that introduced me to someone in Cape Town that was running a proprietary trading floor, not like these ones you now have virtually, like we're working for Hola Prime, but an actual trading floor in Steenberg. We had to go to, you had to like lay a deposit down, and then they will, leverage that deposit for you. Then you had to rent your desk space. You had to pay, I think it was 50% of from your profits to go to the prop firm, but they supplied everything else, including quite some intensive, what do you call it, training. And two of the guys, they used to work on trading floors in the JSE back in the days when there still was such a thing. So learned a lot from them. I've actively sought mentors, which I paid quite a lot of money for. Two of them that really stuck with me, and I sort of just like, this quite often happens where you like pick apart or take a few pieces of things that you've learned that really resonates with yourself, and then yeah, just created my own type of strategies. I mean, a lot of these things you're seeing now, it's not really like, rocket science that I personally develop myself. It's just like, observation, what typically happens, what the big traders typically do, try to do opposite what everyone else is doing, that sort of thing. So
Beautiful.
that's my short question to a pretty long background. How
Yes.
about yourself,
Beautiful.
Igor? Have you always been trading?
Actually, no. First, I finished construction. I'm a construction engineer. I finished that faculty, I think, more than 20 years. Uh, and
Okay.
uh, and in the same time, I went to the computing engineering. So I have 2 degrees. And what's happened, I started to do programming in MQL4, MQL5. I wasn't a trader. I just was a programmer. But when I started to make a codes, coding expert advisors and indicators, I started to learn about strategies, because you cannot code
Nice.
if you don't understand. And little by little, I start trading. And in the moment, 18 years ago, when I started trading, there was a strategy, London Open strategy, because in that time, 18 years ago,
I
the,
remember.
unfortunately, we remember that there was a
It's still a thing, The London
yes,
Open strategy, it works all the time.
yes. The problem, the good thing was in that time is that Asia session was nothing. It was a so low volatility,
Hmm.
and everything happened during the UK Open, and you can use that strategy and make a ton of money. And in the beginning, I was very good in that, but everything stopped. And after that, I realized that I need to find a different edge. I need to use different things, and I started to learn from algorithms. And in today too, and I changed the whole my bio. And what changed my everything, my understanding of the market, was the moment when I was in one competition in Kaggle. It is a machine learning competition, and I won with 2 guys.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
One guy which won with together with me. After that, he decided to use that algorithm that we use on competition, and he create a company, and that company is worth
Wow.
$100 million right now. It's
Wow.
one of the big US company. And in the same time, I pick a different strategy. I went to the PhD and I used that algorithm that we did for my doctoral dissertation. And after that, we started to use algorithms with my team to analyze the trades and everything. And we are very good now. We can spot, we can find good levels and everything. Really, really good. So,
Just
so
quickly, Igor,
we
I suppose with your algorithms, this is a question a lot of people trade ask actually. Is like these EAs that you have available or so forth. These days, I like calling them AIs. I mean, it's just an algorithm, really. Um, where it works really well in one market condition. People think it's a black box solution. They're buying it out of,
no,
you know,
no, of
and
course.
and it works well under certain conditions. As a coder yourself, you probably agree that if you don't constantly work on that code, upgrading it, refining it, or however you want to call it, then it's not going to work over the long run, right?
Yes, but there are several types of the algorithms. First, when we do job for the hedge funds and big dogs,
Mm,
that algorithms are stupidity. They're very simple. It's very
yeah,
simple and boring, but it's on a monthly charts. They use that very long time. They're so simple. Usually these strong weak currencies, and etc. etc. And other algorithms that works during the time, you find the setup, but that setup will repeat, one time in 2 months.
okay.
And it's not something that you can earn a lot of money, but you
Mm,
can make combination of that algorithms, because I will find when that algorithm works. So volatility, the market structure, the 100 triggers that I want to watch, and then that algorithm will be so rare, and it's very hard to make a lot of money with that algorithm. It's not you push that and just work. But we develop some algorithms for some funds that take money from retail traders, and this is the interesting thing. So we do very simple algorithms where, for example, you find double bottom, double top, or something like that. And usually retail traders will trade that, and they will put stop loss above the swing high or swing low. And these institutional traders, they use that algorithms just to push the market to
yeah,
kill your trade. You
yeah,
know,
like a sweep, basically.
so they
Mm,
enter into the trade
mm,
in the moment where is your stop loss. So
yeah,
all that algorithms that we work for some institutional traders, our goal, using the statistical data and machine learning, to find where retail traders put the stop loss. And when we find that, they use that algorithms against us. So this is this is
gotcha.
why this is why I'm start to trade this way of strategy, where I put 30 pips stop loss or something, so they cannot do that to me, because I know that algorithm is doing that
Yeah,
all the time. And this
inside
I learned.
info,
This is the
literally.
something you cannot. They're so strong. It's a crazy. You see on the
Mm,
chart how beautiful this is. The double top. This is beautiful, and just in 3 minutes they touch your stop loss. So that they produce that algorithms against you, and this is the way how they earn money. So the good thing is, either swing trading, either the intraday trading, when you go in this way. However, your strategy is something that you can do because you trade during the opening range. And during the opening range, there's so many algorithms and so
yeah,
many manipulations. So you're on the right side. You're doing actually that, because you wait for the low when
yeah,
market is bullish during the opening
yeah.
range, and you just do that. So
Mm.
your strategy is beautiful. Your strategy is really
Oh,
beautiful.
thank you. We got a question there from James for you, Igor. By the way, if you have to code a strategy, will it cost that much? Just a very simple question.
First, it's not like traders think. I create a strategy and sell, for $200 or something like that.
Yeah,
So we are doing something else. We are using as support for some big companies, and they want from us a research. They want from us to research the market to find how many times if we are above simple moving average 50, or in percentage, how many times we can win if we do this and this, or something like that. We make some reports for them. And about expert advisors, this expert advisor that you think you will run and make money, I think that there's no such a thing. I just need to tell you, if you want to run and just to make money very often, there's no such a thing. Usually,
100%.
you need to use strategies, um, um, except if you want to take money from the retail traders like these guys do, then you can do that. But in that case, you need to always change the code, because the market is changing all the time.
Yeah.
And we need to make 15 20 algorithms. For example, if the Asia session was strong bullish, we have one algorithm. The Asia session like this, we have another algorithm. If the market structure like this, we have another. It's very complicated. So
Mm.
the short story is, manual trading is the best trading. So for sure, the manual
I
trading is the
100%
best.
agree. I mean, unless you like, I'm sure there are teams of guys that trade algorithms for companies, but they work on them constantly.
Yes, and
Um,
they have 50 algorithms in the same time,
yeah,
So what they do usually, we have just 1 minute to describe that, just for James and Mark to understand that. For example, imagine that you create a strategy that buying on support and sell on resistance, and you optimize and put some conditions, etc. And imagine that you create another strategy that's selling on support and buying on the resistance, completely
yeah,
different. And when you put both algorithms to work, sometimes you have a hedge. One will buy, other will sell, etc. And by the time, you will have lower and lower drawdown when you make combination of several expert advisors. And this is their strategy, for example. But you really need to have a lot of expert advisors, and then to average the price and to play with statistics. But it's very, very complicated. Believe me, sometimes I cannot find solution for 3 days. So some algorithms are so complicated. So it's not it's not for ordinary traders. So I really need to tell you that.
yeah. No, I mean, I wouldn't even want to try to learn how to code. To be honest, I'm too old for that now. At least I know I got your number on speed dial, so we can talk after. I got
Yes.
some great ideas, Igor.
Yes.
Guys, we got 5 minutes left, 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left.
Yes.
I'm just going to talk you through this trade here quickly. I haven't taken a trade yet, guys, and I'm not going to force one either, to be dead honest with you. Price has sort of halted there within that large fair value gap. This is green box over here, the light green rock. It's just been drifting slightly lower. A lot of wicks on the downside, broken down below that now. There's a good chance that the price might head towards here, the 21,372 type of level that occurred around 5:30 Eastern, just afterwards. If I were to still go long here, we're not going to have enough time for a setup anyway. Then I would like to see the current 5-minute candle. And if you're following along and this occurs after the session, I want this candle to have a nice long-ranging body, right? Then another candle to move to the upside, or it can at least, just muck around a little bit to the side. But then I want a fair value gap to form between this black one, the current blue one, which currently doesn't look like it's going to give us one. So basically a fair value gap after the break of this 30-minute range, which is this purple box, trading back into the range, then potentially, yeah, that would be a good setup to take. Trading back to the top of the range or today's actual high. All right. That being said, it's also quite important with these strategies that you want to see a lot of these actions, what you're looking for, to occur relatively fast. Now, momentum pretty much died down a little bit. It's a lot of indecision, prices running sideways. So it's also very important to try to read what price action is telling you per candle. And I don't have to use volume for that. I can see it on the ranges. I can see how fast they develop. So if this current candle shoots to the upside, you get another one that moves to the upside, and you had nice momentum during those candles, then I would say that's a good setup to take to the upside. If it just keeps on moving sideways, there's no real commitment to the upside, no real momentum, then it's probably a trade I would like to just skip anyways. So we are drifting slightly lower, but had I gotten into a trade here just blindly because price pulled into that fair value gap, I would have had to sit you through, I don't know, 15, 20, I don't know, 40 minutes of sideways price action with nothing really happening. So yeah, that's it. Mark says he's 53, learning macroeconomics and trying to learn how to trade as a hobby. Yeah, Mark, I also think what's important when you do trading is not solely rely on money making from trading. Focus on the learning side of things, executing, according to your rules, get that emotional sort of side built out properly, and then let it be a sideline thing rather than so many traders you hear, I'm going to day trade. I've watched this and that video. I bought this and that system. And all of a sudden, they take another bond out on their house or something stupid like that, and they go and lose everything. So I'm a believer in at least having something else that you're working at, and then take this on slowly and not let it stress you out. Start very, very small with small trades and try to build it up that way. But anyway, guys, we've reached the end of today's session. Like I mentioned, I just discussed that I unfortunately didn't take a trade there. A lot of the action happened in the beginning there. There was, even if I wanted to go short here, prices ran away and since just moved sideways. So that being said, Igor, you got a really nice trade there on the pound US dollar. Very well done. And it's been a pleasure as always, man. I hope to see you soon again. I'll be on again tomorrow, and then Fridays I don't do any sessions. So hopefully I see you maybe tomorrow. See how things go.
Of course. Guys, I wish you a great day, Richard.
Thank
And
you.
James, Mark. So see you soon.
James, Mark, thanks for everything, guys. Have a good one.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Until next time. Bye-bye.
Hey, Paul, how's it going, man?
Hey, it's going. How's you?
Busy, very, very busy. It's been a bit of a hectic day. Did you get a chance to place any? I'm just waiting for Howard. Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Howard.
How you doing?
How's it going?
Hey, Howard. Not too bad.
How
not
you
too bad.
doing?
How you doing?
I could see you were not sitting on your chair. I'm like, this is not the right time to add Howard to the stage. Yeah.
It was one of those things you just had to quickly make a quick move for.
Yeah. And, well, first of all, Howard, how was that move on the pound US dollar last week? Did you catch that?
Yeah, I got. Right? I did a nice upside breakout, and managed to avoid a lot of the nonsense on the way down as well, which is quite good. Although I had a little crack at it today, but sadly that didn't work out so well. But it's come into the area where I'm expecting it to base, but today's not. It's not really doing it just yet, anyway.
Yeah, well, did you take it off that support level on the 4-hour or?
I'm looking at the little congestion on the intraday chart. I'll show you what I've got on that.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, let's. My watch list has disappeared. Let's try that one. Okay, we'll link it up. Okay. So, basically this congestion here, that's really what the kind of area that I'm looking for the thing. I guess kind of mid 134s. There's a good kind of area. It looks to me like a sort of a previous fourth wave on this upswing. So that's usually a good place to expect a correction to run out of steam. So it looks to me like we're kind of on the last legs of it. Maybe it's made the low already. Maybe it needs another little jab down. But I think in this region, I'm looking to get stuck in on that one.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the FOMC minutes, and then tomorrow morning, hopefully, we can get some, a clearer picture. I'm not really sure what to expect with those FOMC minutes, but we'll see what happens. So I'll just quickly, if you don't mind, I'll just quickly share my screen. One of them, one of the many. Okay, so All right, we'll just start with gold. I'm obviously still in this gold trade. Howard, you'll remember how I was just talking about this third touch here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that is where I took the short. This is on Friday already, so I've been in this trade for, I don't even know what day it is. Oh yeah, it's Wednesday. Yeah, so I've been in this for a while. So yesterday it found support. Yeah, like in the session, it was trading towards these lows, but I do think it can go lower. Right, we've identified 4 or 5 different levels, and they're just the most obvious levels, which is just again, just you know. There's one there, that level there. Oh, you have to click it again. A level just below it. There's one right there. And I know it's a lot, but it's just a quick recap of what we spoke about there and then the very low there. So how do you know which one's going to go to? Obviously, you don't. But for me, it's all about just focusing on price action once we get to these levels. Now, we are currently busy forming a head and shoulders pattern on the 4-hour time frame, coming off that diagonal line. So I do think it has the potential to go lower than this support level. But, price action is going to be key because we have seen head and shoulders patterns not playing out to its full potential, right? The pound US dollar is the most obvious example, the most recent example anyway, where there was a head and shoulders pattern forming, coming off a weekly resistance level. And it just didn't, it played out, but not to its full potential. It actually found support fairly soon. And it made that higher low that we spoke about, right? And then eventually it got invalidated and the bias shifted to long. So we could see something similar here. But for now, we are forming this right-hand shoulder on gold. And if we break this neckline, it does have the potential to go to the 3,200 level. So we'll just see how...
I'd be inclined to go with you in terms of the one that's further away, because the cable one, sterling dollar, that came off of a multi high, whereas this has come from a lower high. So maybe there's not as much bullish energy in the market that can be like a false breakdown.
Yeah, exactly. I also showed like an upside down picture yesterday, and also it definitely looks on the upside down picture. It looks bullish. So they kind of. I like to put my things upside down sometimes. I don't know why I do that, but anyway. So so I see. So still in this gold trade, and I do think it's going to go lower. But just paying attention to these levels and just make sure the price is actually struggling there. Now the pound US dollar. But anyway, so that's gold. Do you have any questions on gold? No, didn't think so. My clear explanations. Do not have any questions. All right, let's have a look at the 4-hour time frame. Now, this level here, this is what we've identified yesterday as a level that I'm not interested in, which is this peak here. Okay, and even though we did get a bounce of it this morning, right? If you go to the smaller time frames, I actually had a look. Not interested in the trade. Okay, now I don't know where I am. In 22, it shows the 22nd. Okay, there. If you zoom in here, so on the 15-minute time frame, there was definitely an opportunity. Look at that bearish candle with that fairly large wick. So at least like 50-60% of that bearish candle, and then you get that inside candle. So with that support level, so you could have traded that. I'm not interested in that, especially for a swing trade with more potential, and it's a safer level to get in and so on. I'm waiting for if we just go over to the weekly time frame. I'm waiting for, let me just delete this line. I'm waiting for this level here, which is 1.3434. Yeah, 1.3434. That is the weekly resistance level that I'm interested in. Okay, because that is the breakout, and now we want to retest all. That's what I'm waiting for anyway. So then on the smaller time frames, if we now go back to that 4-hour time frame, you'll see that initially we bounced off this little pivot. Oh, my mouse is doing things by itself. Okay, not anymore. This pivot here, all right. Oh, sorry, that little wick So it broke out then, it came back and it retested that on the 15-minute. I just showed you, you could have taken a trade there. I did not. I'm waiting for the 1.3434 level. So it's just under the 1.344, which is a round number. But I'm not sure what's going to happen with FOMC. Are we just going to take off without me? I don't know. But this is the level I'm waiting for. And then I will definitely look at, I'm not even touching my mouse. Look.
Look.
What the hell? What the hell is that?
And that's magic.
Yeah, so I will be interested in that level, but not today, tomorrow morning, London session time. I want to see, like, have we been to that level? Are we moving away from it? Sorry, I don't know what. And then I'll look for, the things I typically look for. Is it an engulfing candle? Is it going to be a double bottom? Is it going to be a head and shoulders? It can be any one of those things, as long as it's something valid that you can read in a book somewhere, or right. It's a valid reason for the entry, but the premise for the trade, the catalyst is the weekly support area, or this breakout level. That was resistance, now that's support. So this is the 4-hour time frame. So you'll see on the smaller time frames, okay, I won't be able to use this mouse. It just broke. Well, it doesn't really look, I suppose it depends on how far you zoom out, right? But anyway, so the fact that it broke this level now tells me that the probability is really high for us to get this level. And then we're just going to have to focus on, for me anyway, but I'm still bullish. I would have preferred to get this next month, right? Like if this was if tomorrow's the first, that would have been ideal, because then you can get that lower wick and then a push up, But anyway, on the longer time frames, it's definitely very bullish. Like if we look at the monthly time frame, on this beautiful, beautiful platform.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you see that? That's a very strong, this is pretty clear. But now next month, this is why we got to focus on, if it doesn't hold on that weekly support level, the way it broke out, if it doesn't hold there, then I do think it's going to be a case of just standing back, because maybe we're going to get a much steeper pullback before it eventually goes back up. So this level on the 4-hour is crucial. It is crucial that it holds. But if we just crash through it, then I'm just gonna have to look at everything. Oh, we got a couple of comments. Robert, nice to see you, mate.
Mm-hmm.
You barely made it back into town and work. Are you working town? Okay. So anyway, that's the pound US dollar, but definitely still bullish. But definitely also at the same time, no trade for me until we get to that level, and we'll see how it goes there. But not tonight, tomorrow. We've got FOMC. So that's the pound US dollar, and then the other one. So we've been through gold and the pound US dollar. The other one is, of course, the NASDAQ. Now I've actually placed a couple of trades during the first hour and a half, which I usually do. But we now going back to very close to this is not the all-time high, but this high here. I've identified a level here that we could potentially, not necessarily where we are right now, but we could potentially get a higher low. Okay, which is it's extremely difficult to time it, because it could push higher. It may even push to all-time highs. I don't know. But I won't be surprised if we get a lower high and then just move a lot lower. But for that to be confirmed, I think we first need to break this support level. Okay, that's when I'll confirm that, okay, we're definitely having a lower high. Not before that, because that looked like, oh, right, that's potentially a lower high. But, during the holiday, which is on Monday, Tuesday, this is the holiday, Tuesday, and now today, we're back at this line. So I'm kind of just steering clear. Obviously, it's different in scalping. In scalping, you still can trade, because the longest time frame I look at there is the 1 hour time frame. So your bias can shift like every hour, right? But on the longer time frames, if you want to be in a trade for a longer period of time, this is definitely not a good spot to place a swing trade. Definitely not. Other people may say, what are you talking about? You're obviously missing this or missing that. Yeah, okay, well, based on how I trade, there's no, this is not a good spot to do anything. I'm waiting for either the support level here. Hopefully we can just get some sort of bounce and then just fail. And then I will definitely be short. But right now, I mean, it can push higher, it can come lower. Like it's very similar to trading at a resistance level, like the pound US dollar. Remember, we've been at that pound US dollar resistance for how long? Like a number of weeks. I can't remember, but it's an uptrend. But you add a resistance. That's the worst place to place a trade. But if you're in an uptrend and you're trading at a support level, those are the most beautiful places to trade, right? Because you're trading off support in the same direction of a trend. Whereas when you're hitting resistance in an uptrend, those are pretty tricky places to trade. So in those cases, I either want to see the breakout and then I'll take a retest, or just pull back to a level of interest and then take it from there back to the upside.
Yeah, but I guess now you're in kind of no man's land. It's not really that clear.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah,
it's interesting how they kind of shook off that bad news on the European tariffs, which was the kind of the bottom of the correction. The bottom of the move a few days ago.
Oh yeah.
That's what kind of drove it lower, and then obviously the next day, next trading day, it was completely reversed. It's like a nice little trap.
Yeah. But even this bearish candle here, you still. This is no different than trading over here in terms of being in no man's land. You're not quite at the support level where you could then get that bounce. You could argue that this little pivot here may have been of interest. You see this little pivot before the move lower, so that would have been a nice support. But you can identify many of those lines, very similar to the pound US dollar, right? I showed you that level. It's like, okay, well, that's a pivot, and it did move away from it, but it's not the strongest level. This is a much stronger level, this lower level. So you wanted to go over there.
Gap as well.
Yeah, this gap. Yeah, you're right. So anyway, so still like on longer term trading, when I say longer term, even intraday trading, swing trading, no man's land, never a good spot to do anything. Then Bitcoin, which is Paul's baby. We've moved lower today. We have moved lower today, and that's the daily time frame. So on the 4 hour, it looks like we are busy potentially forming a double top there with the lower right hand shoulder. Hi, Andre. Nice to see you. With the NVIDIA result, we can see American Stock Exchange in the top. Yeah, potentially. But I just shared my thoughts. Are you long? Are you long the NASDAQ? The strong DXY? Yeah, we'll get to the DXY just in a moment. But I think, Bitcoin looks like it's now busy to correct. Obviously, Paul will speak a lot more about that. But it's at this key level. Yeah, on the weekly, it's probably a bit more obvious. On any decent platform, it's pretty obvious. But we at that resistance level, and that's exactly what we just spoke about, right? Like when you're in an uptrend and you're hitting a resistance, those are the worst places to trade. But when you're in an uptrend and you're at a support level, those are the best places to trade. Now, this is a resistance level at it or in an uptrend, so the worst place to trade. Now, it looks like we're going to get that pullback, or we are, in fact, busy getting that pullback. So I think the 100,000, perhaps even lower, is not completely off the cards here.
Bottom of that consolidation, maybe. Yeah?
Yes, like I'll show you where I where was my level of interest? I think it was a bit more clearer on the daily. I think it was that was the first one. So 100 was that 105? And then the other thing I had was the FIP levels. So the FIP levels is also, I think 105 is a bit too tight to be honest. Oh, what's that? Oh, wow. Look at all those beautiful colors. All right, let me just try that again. All right, let me try that again. Where is it? No.
The untainted defaults.
There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Does that snap onto the highs and lows, or you got to kind of play around with it?
No, you click on the low and you drag it.
You know what, Howard? That would be a great feature. We should ask them to do that. That would be great. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
May life a bit easier for you.
Yeah. You won't get a reply, but you can still ask. So, but so the 50 and the 61.8, this is very low. People might think that's crazy, but 93.5, even lower, 89. So none of that is off the cards, but I do think we're going to pull back, deeper than what we're seeing right now.
Have we got any kind of moving averages that it typically comes back to, Paul, that you like to look at?
We'll probably show. Paul likes to show things in great detail. So when he takes over, we'll be able to see all of that.
The daily 200 MA and the 50 obviously have been, they're just below 100k sort of thing. So that's the line in the sand, and you'd expect to maintain bullish momentum would bounce at some point just above them. So that's what I'm looking at, really, quite simply put, 200 MA.
Yeah. All right. This is the dollar index. Okay. So last week we closed below, so that's bearish. But, as we spoke about, that doesn't mean it's just going to drop in a straight line. Okay. It just kind of confirms the bearish bias, and we're pushing up here, right? And that's probably why gold is also trending lower. Now, I don't really know exactly where this is going to go. I just use this as an indicator, and I'm still bearish. I'm still bearish on this, but I can obviously see this obvious pullback. Where is this going to pull back to? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is on the daily, we could potentially close back above. Yeah, we'll see what the FOMC minutes does. Maybe that's going to be dollar positive. We'll just have to wait and see. But I am still definitely bearish on the dollar index over the longer term. Yeah, this little pullback doesn't mean anything. It just means that we can get maybe a pullback on the pound US dollar, which is great. It just means we can get better levels of entry. But on the pound US dollar, definitely bullish. The dollar index still bearish on that. And from me, those are the four markets for now. So I will hand over to the master, Howard, please, if you don't mind.
Let's have a go. Okay, so let's have a look at euro dollar first of all. And see where we're at. So, okay, that's the monthly. Let's bring it back down a little bit because we're not there. So obviously, the big picture. Obviously, we've got this kind of a trending higher market from 2022. Big wave one, big wave two, and then what looks to be wave one of this larger third wave, which is going to take us much higher over the longer term. So zooming in, so obviously we had the corrective pullback from the initial rejection, 115.73, long lower shadow at the bottom. That for me looked like the end of the correction. I think it still is. And then we had the nice powerful recovery from that low. So it looks like we've confirmed that low. This week so far, obviously, we're seeing a little bit of a retracement, well, a fair retracement of last week's rebound. But the breakout point 112.65, that looks to be quite an important place to assess whether it's going to be a kind of a deeper setback, or whether that's going to be the kind of the bottom of the correction. So this week has not yet closed. We've got FOMC fairly soon, so it'd be interesting to see where we're sitting at the end of this week. But my guess is that we haven't done too much damage on the downside to that 112.65, and that we're sitting somewhere probably in the middle of this week's range and ready to go higher again next week. But obviously we need to see what the big guns do when the news comes out. But structure-wise, it looks to be 110.65 looks to be the bottom of the correction for me, and we see a new highs for the uptrend. I wouldn't want to see this thing below last week's low. That would be a concern for me from a bullish perspective, at least in the short term. So that's what 111.72, which is not a million miles away, but we'll see what the FOMC does. But I think as long as we're above 111.72, that still seems to be quite constructive for me in the short term. Should we bust that level, then we're talking about a deeper setback and back into this consolidation down here as part of a bigger correction. But we've got some big support. If we were to lose this kind of corrective low, we've got some pretty massive support down here in the kind of 107s, 108s kind of thing. Yeah, waiting for FOMC, and let's take a closer look at on the daily. So a correction of the rebound, obviously. This to me looks like we've got a kind of a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, like an impulsive sequence, and that usually tells you the larger trend. And when you correct a 5-wave sequence, the correction usually comes into the previous 4th wave of that correction, which is this area here, which is why I've got that line down at the bottom there. So that's 112.55, 56 up to 113.62. So we're kind of heading towards the lower end of that consolidation. So I guess like a bit like yourself, Jannie, looking for this. We've got some big levels a little bit below the market, looking to see what happens. Maybe some kind of long lower shadow at the end of the day, or over the next couple of days, that kind of thing, and then setting us up for the next leg higher. So it's I guess it's wait and see mode, really.
Yeah, it doesn't look very. If you could just please go back to that euro dollar chart. If you look at that, if you look at that engulfing candle you had towards the left hand side of your chart, right, like almost way to your left, where the all-time high was, not the all-time high, but the highest point on that chart. See that's a pretty strong rejection right now, and then you moved lower, and now you're coming back into that almost like resistance zone. You see that?
Yeah.
So
there is resistance up here, isn't there? There's
yeah. So that could, like you said, if it doesn't hold there, I mean, it could go all the way to the lowest point before that retracement on the daily. So it is really, really need to be cautious there. But yeah, we'll hopefully with FOMC we'll have a clearer picture. But if we can reject off those levels, that would be great. But if not, I know you've already mentioned this, then we can maybe expect a deeper pullback.
Yeah,
but I don't. But it's a very ugly picture there, based on that engulfing and then trading back into that resistance and now coming back down. Looks like a reversal.
It needs to stop falling. Basically, that's the thing. It needs to kind of basically just maybe 1 or 2 days just trying to go down, and then the buyers come in at this level. But it's quite a pivotal level, this one, actually, because you've got all these kind of support levels as well. It seems to be basically 112.5 plus or minus seems to be quite. I think if we close below that level, then that would start to be a bit of a concern, because this is where I'm expecting the thing to base out. But should it, if it doesn't do that, then maybe there is more legs in the pullback. So
Because at this, you're right, because that was a support level that it broke out of, and then you broke back above it, and now hopefully that is a retest of that breakout level.
Yeah, often you get a couple of tests, don't you? You get the first one, then it goes, then you get another one, and then the real move kicks off. So this could be the kind of the second test, which sets up the real move on the upside.
Yeah.
So wait and see time, I think, on that one. In fact, on most of the dollar crosses, to be fair. Back to sterling again. You've already mentioned that it's looking pretty good on the bigger picture, but seems to be a little bit of hesitancy up around these highs again. We've not done a whole lot of damage in terms of last week's candle, which is quite constructive. We're still above the broken resistance point, so it'd be nice to see this thing kind of settle above that by the end of this week. That would be quite good, like a really nice kind of confirmed breakout of these levels. Just seeing what happens with this pullback on the daily chart. As I said, looking for the thing to really base out in this in this kind of previous fourth wave window, which is what, 133.90 up to 134.70 or so. So we're just nibbling through it, or just having a little look at it, and of course you've got the old highs as well. So this is actually quite a good place for it to base out. But we do need to see a bit of willing on the buyer's side before we can really seriously think about the low being in place.
Yeah.
That's that one. Dollar yen, we've seen quite a nice move on the yen crosses. So again, as before, when we had that bullish engulfing at the big support level on dollar yen, we're starting to see something a little bit similar here shape up. So this actually looks constructive. Should we stay here? It might be a similar kind of thing where we kind of head higher in a bit of a range. Although for me the overall trend is still very kind of toppy, and it looks like we're eventually going to break through the big support zone. But the way this is shaping up, this looks like maybe a bit more strength within the range. So that'd be an interesting one to keep your eyes. If you're a dollar bull, then maybe dollar yen might be the better one to go for. As the yen crosses seem to be. So euro yen, for example, is holding around the top end of its range, which if you were kind of playing the range, then I think you'd be a little bit frustrated at some of this action here, because it's not really great.
Do you know, I know this pattern so well.
Yeah.
Right. This is how they typically play out. It's going to break out, right, to the upside. Well, not guaranteed. I'm just like, I know these, but when it drops and then it ranges, what typically happens is it breaks out to the upside, but it falls short. It doesn't go to the high right before that drop. And then you get that, it's almost like like Batman. It looks like Batman with the ears, like those ears, right? Like if you look at, and I'm not sure if you can go to the dollar index, you'll see exactly what I mean if you have it there.
Yeah, I don't have it on here, but if you want to show that one.
Yeah, see it if I can see that. This is just one example, but when I see that, I kind of I've seen you a million times. All right, so it's this, yeah. Do you see that? Let me do this. You see that? You make that high, you come back down, you range, you break out, but you fall short, and then you crash down. So that's exactly, that pattern, like there's no name for it, but when I see that,
it looks like a bullish triangle breakout, but it fails.
Yes. So when you go back to the dollar yen, you'll see that that's pretty much exactly what that pattern is busy doing.
Yeah. I mean, well, Then let's whack it up there. Yeah, let's put that back on that. Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit kind of a bit of latent demand up there. The fact that it's kind of this is where you'd normally expect the thing to top out and see a multi-week decline, but it's just not doing it. Every time it tries to break down, it snaps back up again. So there could be some yen weakness out there across the board, which would mean that if dollar yen, if the dollar does not continue its downtrend, then dollar yen will be the first one out of the traps, I think.
Yeah.
So it could be an interesting one to go, to look at that possible bullish engulfing on dollar yen as a good indicator of going long. Okay, that's that one. Yeah. I'll hand it across to you, to young Paul now.
Thank you for the young.
Young.
Right, yeah. Let's have a look. Let's check in with my trade, which ain't going in the direction I want. Let's just have a look. Where's the so this is CFX. Just to clarify, we've been monitoring this yesterday. Entered bang on this line, exactly where I wanted to, and now we're just too many tabs. Now we're just returning to where I entered. So it may be one of those dancing around trades where it messes around this line for a while before it continues upwards. But as I did talk about in the top altcoins video today, this area, if Bitcoin gets a pullback, I mean, we're coming down here for sure, right? But the advantage, of course, of having my stop loss here means I can make a decision. I can exit with no loss if I get a break below. I could do that, or I could monitor it, and as long as this line holds, I can stay in it, and then again, it could most likely come back up as well and get a touch. So it's going to be one of this sort of trade is going to just be keep an eye on it. Don't stress too much. Don't kind of panic if it heads back down. But the second I get a candle body close on like the hourly or something under this line, I'll start reconsidering the setup. But again, these things are a slave to Bitcoin, unfortunately. But let's have a look what Bitcoin's doing. Yeah, just starting to. That's not the best chart to give us there we go. So here's Bitcoin 1 hour, and we're just touching base with the 0.5, shaking its hand, seeing how it's been, how its day has been, and we want to see if it then moves up again from here. But this is a lower low followed by a higher high, which is a little bit confusing. So yeah, obviously the 618 is a nice right place to go, but we're talking about 100K, and this is right down here. So this is the level to watch at the moment. Nothing really else significantly going on. I'll just check the RSI, see where we're at with that. Yeah, okay. So if you're thinking of a potential reversal point, the hourly is pretty good for looking at the kind of the macro, and we entered oversold territory. Let's see if there's any divergence. I'll be lazy and use the indicator. Yeah, in the process of being invalidated, there's a little bit of divergence for sure. I'm not sure what indicator that is on, but we could see a bounce here, and all-time highs are just here. So, we could go either way. 100K is actually further away than all-time highs. So that's the general deal. I mean, any other thoughts? I don't mean to be too simple about it, but, it is just a waiting game.
Yeah, it is a waiting game. But, if you break that neckline off that higher low, if you just more or less the low where you've got that diagonal line, right?
Here.
Yeah. So I think if you break that, then you can confidently say you definitely have a lower high, right? Because right now it could maybe just bounce back up, and then you're just in that range.
Yeah.
It can move back up, come back down. It can just like mess around like that. But if you break that level, then I think you can say like, yeah, we definitely have a lower high. And again, it's not a case of just dropping straight to the floor. It will move lower if it breaks that neckline. Maybe not without a retracement first, but then you could potentially look for a touch of the diagonal line for a third touch, and that could potentially be a short opportunity.
Yeah, it's yeah. The thing is, when we get these kind of this higher high, and then we get a higher low, it's a lot of the time that the lows are just a liquidity grab on a higher time frame, right? That's usually what they are. And obviously, we know Bitcoin could come all the way down here, but like you said, this is kind of a support zone which has been established, which I've just drawn on just to make the chart a bit better. I should do better homework next time. And yeah, and there's a bit of divergence, so we could see a move up. And if you see a move up and then you retake this level, you're going to see more buyers coming into the market, and then we'll have a little bit more liquidity. And let's just see what people are thinking. This is just the hourly chart, so it's not offering too much there. So there is an order block right here in support, but then this area, and then just around 100K as well. It's just generally what people are thinking. But yeah, waiting game. You could trade off this, but you want to get a confirmation of a bounce of some sorts and then come in on the next higher low. So that might look like, if you're looking for a trade, not with Bitcoin, but if you're looking for a long trade in the altcoins, Bitcoin dominance might give us a little bit of levity while Bitcoin's doing this over the next few days. So if we see something like this, you know, that's the sort of area you might want to look to come in on. If we just break back into this area, or you may want to wait firmly to either break the 200 in May. But right now, you know, we've talked about this, these all-time high, how do we say, tangos, which Bitcoin likes to do with us, is just to play it out, see what happens. And then if Bitcoin ends up on the floor, then I'm the better dancer. So I don't know. Let's
the belly dancer or the bad? Did you say belly dancer or bad dancer?
Well, I don't really have a belly to belly dance, but I'm sure I'll get there in the end. Maybe for later in life. But as you can see with Bitcoin dominance, and this is kind of the paradox. You know, Bitcoin dominance is still in an uptrend for sure, but you can see it's, you know, potentially starting to go around just a little bit. You can visualize that. Now we could continue up from here, but if Bitcoin stays kind of where it is, right, without it just ranges a little bit up here, we could see Bitcoin dominance come back down and give us a little bit, give the altcoins a little bit of levity. The chart, where is it? Just give the altcoins a little bit of levity. So this would be improved altcoin trading. And you might be thinking, well, hang on, if Bitcoin is going down, why would? Well, the reason would be is people are still bullish on Bitcoin if it's still maintaining a bullish posture, and they're bored with it and they want something to trade like us. And then we go and put our money in the altcoin market. And then what does that do to Bitcoin dominance while Bitcoin's doing nothing? It goes down, which gives us some long movement. So, you know, I'm looking at this CFX trade, and I'm not having any definitive bearish signals just yet. Just a bit of ambiguity. We need to wait and see, which is why I'm hanging around. But if this trade had been in play 3 weeks ago, I'm probably going to get out. But it's a different context. It's a different weather, right? And I shouldn't have said that now because it's probably going to stop me out in a couple of seconds. I'll look all embarrassed. Yeah, that's the general idea. But I've got a couple of setups we can look at, which I was just got a wind of today while I was doing the crypto news. This is ENA. So if you are looking for a long setup, this might work quite well for you. It's still in the floor, big picture, right? We've got this support line coming in here. This was just before the election in the end of 2024, and obviously we've had this. Yeah, I know, a nice run up, and now we're in this symmetrical triangle, and because this support, this lower diagonal support, is quite close to this kind of buy zone, wouldn't be a bad place to enter. So coming at the bottom of the pattern, just like this, and you can just trade within it and look for a breakout and come up here. So you could front run essentially the breakout. The reason you want to do that is it's better to come in here a little bit higher than support than watch a breakout here in the middle of a range, right? That's just that could just wreck you. So you know, obviously you always want bullish confirmation, but not at the detriment of a good position or a good entrance. So and we've got the moving average as well coming in. It's the 4 hours, so it's where the 200 May starts to get a little bit of a muscle behind it. But yeah, look for an entrance around here, which is about 3619. And if that comes into play in this session, I might just put a little trade on. And then you've got a couple of options, right? You can trade in the pattern if you think Bitcoin's going to come down a bit more, so you can be a bit more short term. Or if you think this is just a waiting game while Bitcoin spools up, then you can just join the club whilst you're in profit from an entrance here. So that would be ENA. I mean, any thoughts on that, folks?
No, I fully agree with you on that. It's not, I mean, front running is probably not the correct term, but I know exactly what you're saying. But like, I mean, that second touch, that the divergence you got in price here, there, like the latest move to the upside. That's also, that also would have been a good entry. And the nice thing about when you get that divergence in price, and you can see, especially on the smaller time frames, you can really look at things like, little impulse moves and a bit of a pullback and that sort of thing. It just gives you such a better entry, and when it moves away and it could pull back, but you position so well that you can absorb all of that, fluctuations and pullbacks against you and all of that, Yeah. So there's a lot of benefits if you trade it towards the lower end of that diagonal line, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a case-by-case basis. And obviously, if you're trading from the pattern, you're quite right, it's not front-running anything. But if you're just impatient and you're just presuming it's going to break out, which based on this kind of, first higher high, kind of based on this, it probably could do that, then it would be front-running. But again, we're still not in, this you could consider target 2, target 1, target 2, right? So we're definitely in target 2 kind of zone. But right now, the market is just chilling out a little bit and just trying to find its feet. It's not doing anything crazy. Most of the altcoins are quite resilient at the moment because of the bullish context. So, but coming in here just so we can be manageable. It's like with CFX, right? I mean, it's manageable. This is manageable. We have definable lines in the sand. We've got a stop loss protected by this, and it's just, we can be chill about it when the weather's a little bit better. And again, if it comes down, no problem, we'll just get out. But it's and then we've got Filecoin Crypto OG, which just for people to be nosy, I am invested in this in the long term. Still planting seeds, but I do have a quite high up position which I need to get out of. But that's the advantage of scaling in. If you scale in higher up and you get you lose that position, or rather you get stuck in that position. If you're scaling in, you've got 66% of your portfolio to come in and offset that on a lower level, and that's exactly what I've done. So and just talking about investments, if you say for example you have come in. I'm being lazy. I'm just using the brush tool today. It's so say for example I came in here because Filecoin was up here and it's really bullish, but then Filecoin comes back down and I can't get out, right? If you're scaling in for your investments, if that's just 20%, 33%, right? You wait till the price action comes back down here. You come in with your other 30% and maybe your other 30% down here. You don't even need to have the price action get back up here to get out with no loss, because this offsets this. So really, this is your area to escape, because you've come in lower and you don't have to wait for this high. So again, another argument for scaling in your investments. It just gives you a lot of flexibility, because if you think back to November when the market was going and it lined up perfectly with the altcoin previous cycles, it's very easy for people to just get caught out. But for me, I'm like, well, I did get caught out, but it's only a small amount of my position, so it's no big deal and I can offset it. So that's the game. But Filecoin, similar setup, coming in just above support. We've got nice confluence again, and you've got these, there's no point in waiting for this. We haven't been there since March, so this will be the target. Again, everything's contextual, but if we get a touch, I might enter this one, depending on what Bitcoin's doing. We've got a bit of divergence, so we'll see if it comes into play. I'll write some levels when somebody else is talking, and we'll see if we can get that trade going. I like this. When we see this kind of these bear trap zones, right, it does solidify this a little bit better, especially when the weather's changed. So, but yeah, obviously, if we do get a break here, you're just looking to get out straight away. So it's not the ideal trade, because if I am coming in a little bit higher than support, I really need, if it does break down, I really need to come up a little bit higher. But so this might be, but it's one of the reasons why I've got a tight stop, for sure. So yeah, is there anything else? Just weekly chart with Bitcoin, just to highlight this. Right, we are running into resistance of this very long-term pattern, and it's actually quite an interesting pattern to consider, because if we're talking about Bitcoin coming up here, what does Bitcoin need to do to get out of this and come up here? So a retrace down to this is 90k, right? So dum, right? Something like that maybe we could see, and this is, but that's like next year. So this is quite an interesting pattern to observe with Bitcoin, because I presume we're going to have a breakout at some point, but what that looks like. I mean, any thoughts on this quite simple pattern on the long term?
It's going to come down.
It looks a little bit. It looks a little bit like the 2022 setup as it made the new high.
Yeah.
You mean like no? You mean that second touch of the diagonal line towards the bottom or towards
the top, prior to the bear market.
Oh, right at the top, yeah. But you mean but that's what I mean, like the diagonal line, the top one, but like to the left of the screen, right? Before you have the pull, and then you have the rally.
Yeah, the third touch of the
that's one.
Yeah, that looks like a little bit. Could be one of those situations where it struggles and it gives you a bigger pullback than you really want.
Well, let's hope we don't have a bear market.
And this is when Howard's going to get his 50,000 level. You see, this is how it all plays out.
One day.
Here's Howard's level. Let's just put it on the chart. Let's keep it as a permanent fixture on the charts. So I'm going to do it dead on 50K because we're not going to have any cheating here, right? 50,001 isn't your target, Howard. I'm sorry, but let's.
The buy orders are sitting there right now.
Yeah. Oh, many people will buy there.
Howard's Bitcoin play.
That's actually not Howard's Bitcoin play. Right then, definitely not. Hi, Lola. Nice to see you. Lola has a question for you, Paul.
Okay.
Can you please give a better insight of NEAR? NEAR. NEAR.
Oh yeah, that was a setup this week. Let's have a look. It's my desk higher. It's very strange, right? Okay. NEAR. You share it. No, I've just moved offices temporarily because there's workmen, which great. So I'm here. Present. Here we go. NEAR. Right. Let's have a look. Hi Lola. Thanks for the question. So this is a previous top altcoin pick, and we've had some moves from here, but right now let's have a look what we got. So we can, the entry is still, look, the entry is still in play, right? This is support. It's the 618, okay? And you can have these assets just dancing around in this range for a while. So the problem is, of course, we've lost the 200 MA, and you really want that for confluence. And if the price action does come back down to this level now, we're going to essentially invalidate the bullish context. And even though look, you can see this happens, you can have a little wick, you could just come back down and recover. Sure, no problem. But we're looking for steady confluence, really, and we've kind of lost it, right? We've had the breakout, we've had the first touch, we had a bounce, we capitalized on that bounce, and now this trade is, well, we need more structure to find another opportunity. There's a golden cross. No, there might be a death cross coming as well, so just we need to bear that in mind. So yeah, this trade was a nice little setup, which some of you may have got some 10, 20%, 10, 12% out of it since we posted it, but probably not in play at the moment. But let me give it a little bit of attention for you. So I'm not being dismissive, because I know some of you like trading your favorite tokens. But yeah, again, look here, you see, I'm cocking my head. Yeah, there's nothing really there just yet, but just a waiting game. You could come in at the 618, but look at the higher time frames and just see if there's an opportunity there. Let's look at the daily, see where the moving averages are on the daily. Yeah, it's a bit of confluence with the 50, but do a bit of work on it. There's potentially a descending triangle forming of some sort, but not seeing anything obvious. Unless, Howard, do you do anything at all? I'm seeing.
No, well, as you say, we've got a lower high there. But it's finding a lot of support at that pivotal level that it broke out of. So
it is. It hasn't hit it yet.
Yeah, the level it ramped up through, going back a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
it seems to be quite a natural kind of place for it to base out.
And if you could maybe look for some confluence with the 50, but I'd want to see something else. Maybe if we extended this diagonal line, we might have a little pocket to trade off. Okay, yeah. This is the daily, by the way, even though it says 4 hour now. So Lola, again, do your own due diligence, please. You've seen me cock my head a couple of times, which means this setup isn't an A for sure. But let's just zoom back in now. Have a bit of a perspective. This would be next week. This little pocket. And if you're looking at a higher time frame, you could get some confluence. Let's what else I want to see what the RSI is doing. Yeah, that's not helpful. 1 day. Well, this supports a bullish context to a degree, although it looks like you might have a breakdown. Where's Igor when you need him? So let's just have a look at this. I mean, yeah, this is the daily. RSI that's a bit janky. I'm sorry. The RSI has broken down. So that could be a warning sign as well. It could maybe front run a break here, but this would be the obvious place to come in if you want to trade it. And as Howard said, we actually haven't had a flush touch of the 618. And of course, if this is, as we talked about resilience, NEAR is kind of just waiting for Bitcoin's next move. So it doesn't really want to invalidate. But if Bitcoin starts flashing a couple of bearish signals, even if it's perfectly normal for it to retrace a bit deeper, then this would invalidate. But I think that's the trade. So you might want to keep an eye on this and then start looking at maybe Friday and see what it's doing. And if it's still above here and Bitcoin's in a better position, then go for it for sure. And this would be to the previous high. That would be it. But yeah, okay. Hope that helps.
Does it, Lolo? Yeah, like you just like when you
No,
showed.
Paul, that was useless.
We tried to tell me to stay away. No,
Next
if you
time,
look
ask
at,
Jannie, Paul, go away.
I'm pretty sure that that chart you just showed, we know it looks familiar with that little pivot next to the left hand side. You get that double bottom, and it was breaking out. And we spoke about that support level because there was so many multiple. Was that on your top coin picks or not?
Yeah, it might have been, but as we've discussed, that a lot of these setups, a lot of the altcoins at the moment, they're just following the same pattern, for sure. They're just because they're all taken because they're so pegged to Bitcoin. A lot of them are just printing the same sort of patterns. And even though you see the triangles in different areas, it's or half formed or less formed. But yeah, that's probably it. There is a sense of deja vu at the moment when you're looking at altcoins, especially if you look at as many times.
It's a bit like some of these major currencies against the dollar. You've got it's the same picture on many of them. Some of there are some variations, but it tends to be a similar kind of picture.
Yeah.
I want to look at the dollar yen because you pointed that out, Howard.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, unless you have something else to show, Paul.
No. Maybe if we run out of time, I've got something ridiculously stupid to show, and I've got permission to be a little bit more silly in these sessions. So if we do run out of time, I have a nice little GIF we can look at. But it's not quite as hilarious as your dinosaur. But
The dinosaur
okay.
pattern.
Is it age restricted or not?
No.
I'm just
What did you think I was going to show?
like, this is the question. I don't know what you.
What permission do you think Prime has given me? What is going on?
Are they giving you? Did you ask them? Did you send them an email like, "Hi, can I please crack a joke"? Is that what you said?
No, I think they're very complimentary of the middle sessions as being a little bit more fun. So they said, lean into it.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to, Howard, I want to get your input, and Paul, you are going to be part of this because you're going to start to trade Forex. Did you know that? That's what I heard. Is that true?
Okay, well, I'm sure I'll ace that market too.
No, I didn't hear anything like that. Okay, but it would be great to get your insights on this. All right, so the 4-hour time frame. The only thing I don't like about this platform, and you're going to hear me say this a lot, is like every time you change the platform, the time frame, it's like I don't know where I am. So, Howard, you showed the dollar yen, and it looked very different to this. Huh? Which time frame were you on? The weekly?
Weekly, yeah. That's the one. That's the one.
That doesn't even look the
same. So you have the kind of lower peak.
No, but yeah, but I mean, didn't we see like a peak and then like a range to the side? It doesn't look like that.
No, I think that was Euro yen, wasn't it?
Oh, was that Euro yen?
Yeah, dollar yen's a little bit different.
It's completely different.
Off that, as they say, off that.
Yeah. So the dollar yen. I mean, you mentioned that you are bullish in the short term.
Yeah, it's looking a bit a bit punchy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like if there was going to be like something to trade. This is very difficult. It doesn't really line up nicely. You can see you made these higher lows, but then this kind of completely spoiled it, you know. And on the daily, I mean, to be honest with you, I would because I have a bearish bias on the dollar yen, even though yes, it can pull back and it's busy pulling back. That doesn't mean, you know, that you're going to get like an opportunity to go long. Does that make sense? Doesn't mean you're going to get like a nice entry, because you could just be like where you are right now. It's like, it's going to go up. Yeah, okay, but how do you trade it? Yeah.
It's not about whether it will go up or not. It's whether you've got a good entrance.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. You need like a kind of a shallow, begrudging pullback.
Yeah. You see, now this drop here on the dollar yen, it's a pretty steep one, right? You can see whoop, right there.
Yeah.
And when I see this, I just know, I don't know when, but I do know it's like you're going to get a correction. And it's typically during these type of steep drops, that's when you don't really, it's very difficult to identify resistance areas where it can potentially go to, apart from the obvious, the highest point before it started to drop. But the other levels of interest that you can very easily identify is the very reliable FIP retracement levels. Okay. That would be, so if I just mark out those levels. Now, this is very important. You don't just press the button when it goes to those levels. Those are just levels of interest. So you want to see how price action behaves at those levels. Is it rejecting? Is it turning around? Before you just enter the trade, okay? Because it can just pierce through. We've seen that many, many times. So I think that now I can remove this FIP level. Okay, so I think the upper level, the 146, 176 makes a little bit more sense because you've got that little pivot there as well, you know. But and so over here in this zone, yeah, I would definitely look at the 4-hour time frame and the 1-hour time frame. Nothing smaller than that, okay? Because it's a FIP level. It's not a what do you call those? Static, like a static support resistance level that typically comes off price action itself. Okay, that's a very clear level that you can very easily identify, and it's based on price action itself.
Yeah.
This is not based on price action itself. This is based on mathematics, Fibonacci retracement levels. Okay, so when you get to those levels, you don't want to go to smaller time frames. You want to see something solid on the smallest time frame you can go to is the 1 hour. For me, like, you know how I trade, the 1 hour, the 4-hour time frame at these two levels. Even in between, right? We saw Bitcoin at the time when it was making a bottom. It was actually turning around between the 50 and the 61.8. It didn't go just flush on the 50 or flush on the 61.8. It came between. So this is your zone. Pretty wide zone. How many pips is that? 60 pips? Yeah. So if you look at the smaller time frames, like the 1 hour and the 4 hour, that may not be a bad spot to try to look for a short again. So this could take a while because this is a pretty strong candle, right? This candle took out a number of days, and this one is also a pretty strong day. But you know, that doesn't mean it's just going to continue like that. You can see, like, just by looking at this drop, the size of the candles vary, obviously, right? So it could take like maybe a week. I don't know.
Well, you see the way the thing trades. It can be you know, the next day can be down just as big, or next couple of days, you know. It can turn just like that, and suddenly where did that come from? You know? Exactly
right. Yeah, so I think that would make sense because it will be perfect then, because you see you are in this. This is a very clear downtrend. So this is like that's a pivot as well, right? You see that V shape. Those strong pivots usually makes V shapes. We spoke about that before, right? So that is a lower high. Yeah, got it right this time. It's a lower high. in this downtrend. So I think this is just a bit of a bounce after a very steep drop. So we could just get like a rejection here again at those levels. Those are the two most obvious levels for me that makes sense. There's nothing else here that would make sense, okay, unless you've got some fancy tools or whatever. But I keep things very, very straightforward. I don't even have moving averages, right? It's just basically price action and key levels, and that's it. So yeah, those two levels. Would you what's your take on that, Howard?
Yeah, definitely. Also, you got that old low from early March as well, the broken support.
Oh yeah,
a bit further back. Yeah, that one to the left. Yeah, that one. Bit further to the left. That's it.
This one.
Yeah. So
yeah, this break.
That looks interesting because it was quite a big, quite a nice rally from that point, and then it broke and then just oscillated around it, and then the big rebound kind of stalled a little bit above it and back down again. It seems to be quite a big area. So maybe the top end of your range.
Yeah, you're right. Like over here, right? This right there.
That looks. It looks quite feisty the last couple of days, to be fair.
Yes. Well, we'll see what happened with the FOMC. I think. We there were times where we say, all right, FOMC is going to give us some clear direction, and then it just doesn't. Right? And there's like, all right, well, looks like today looks exactly the same as yesterday. We've made no progress, or like nothing happened.
Have we had any? I've been so much news. Have we had any drip feeding kind of clues? Because I remember something was going on about with Powell last week about something. I mean, have we had any kind of insight at all into what they're thinking?
No.
As a no.
No idea.
So it's the last time.
Nothing of any consequence.
Yes, it's been again. It's neutral. It was last time it was neutral, right?
I don't know. I don't follow Powell. Do you follow Powell? I don't care about that stuff. I don't really look.
Price action, man.
It will, whatever, like
you
fundamentals, and you can know all of that stuff, and then still, it will play out on the charts, and you can read it. You can read it. Oh wow! Look, it's going up. The reason is irrelevant. It's for me. I don't know. I don't care. Hey, Mark, nice to see you, mate. You're a fellow South African. Great man. Definitely a great man. Nice to see a legitimate SA trader online. Yeah. There's a couple of us. I think Richard as well. Yeah, just me and Richard, the only two legitimate traders in the country. Please, could I ask you to mark up a blank chart top down so I can follow? Oh, now this. Well, you start with the compliments and now you're coming into the favors, right? Please, could I ask you to mark up a blank chart, top down, so I can follow your analysis? Any chart, please, thanks. Ooh, they're all different. Which one should I use? We can look. I mean, it really depends. But I typically start with a longer time frame. So, in other words, let's have a look at gold. Okay, so gold is obviously now the one I've entered on Friday, but I always start at the monthly time frame. Okay. This is what I looked at. And Paul, you'll remember this since we are tied to the hip when it comes to these sessions. We were trading low. It was like a bearish candle. Okay. We made a lower high. You see that? Lower high, and we were forming this bearish candle. Now, at the time, what I was saying is like, okay, this is not just going to drop. It's going to form some sort of like arc almost before it comes. You'll see some space here. Do you remember that conversation, Paul?
I do, yeah.
Did you listen?
Well, you give me a good recap, so thank you.
Well, I've caught you a few times not listening, so I'm just checking. Yeah.
That's Jannie, that's very true. I'm not.
All right, but what I do see, yeah, it's like, so this is the thing, Mark. You're going to have to keep watching these sessions because they're all different, right? All the setups are different, but there are certain things that you'll see kind of we do, like the way we identify opportunities and so on. It's very similar. You know, like I shared 3 different setups yesterday, which is basically, or 3 plays you can have in your book. And the first one is just a support level and an uptrend on a daily time frame, weekly or the monthly. They're great. You don't need more, like on gold. Or let me just start with
What
this.
time frame did you say this was, mate?
This is the monthly.
Yeah, I thought it was a big one.
This is the monthly time frame. Now, there's not much time left in this.
A bit more granularly. Can we see the daily?
Yeah. But what I do require from you, Paul, is a little bit of patience. Yeah? We start with the monthly.
No, I want the daily now.
Okay, so, but this is what I was going to say. So we made that lower high, and then we were trading. It was a very strong bearish candle. It's like, okay, it's going to come down, but it's not going to go down where you think it's going to go down. So you can go, if it's not clear on the monthly, which is like often the case. You look at the monthly, it's like, oh, it doesn't mean anything to me. And then you just work your way down to something that does make sense. So the weekly to me is a bit messy, but on the daily time frame, this is where I identified price was trading over here somewhere, like actually down here, and you identify that it's coming from the monthly, right? It's okay. Oh, we could go bearish here because we've made that lower high on the monthly, but on the daily, you're trading at a support level, or, well, we missed it this time. Howard, you'll remember this because you caught this beautiful move, right? You actually caught that. I didn't, because this is my level of interest. We're coming down to the support level. This is where I want to enter the trade, okay? Because it's an uptrend and we're coming to a support level. And that's one of the plays. Now, if you look at the actual entry I took, there was a trade before that as well. You'll see that this formed an engulfing candle right on that daily support level. I mean, this is dead easy, okay? Like sometimes it's not that easy when it comes to that level. It can be a bit choppy and you're like, is it going to do it or not? But eventually it will come, it will be, when it's during that choppiness, you just don't do anything. Just wait for a picture to unfold. There will always be a picture. Or there will be something that that you'll be familiar with. In this case, it was an engulfing candle, right? So that is your trade. Now, some people were short because obviously gold looked like it was going to go down. But this is not where gold is going to go down, because you are at a support level in an uptrend. You are on the monthly bearish because you made a lower high. But now you want to identify, okay, where can this potentially start to go lower? Right? That's what you want to think. Like, where can this potentially start to go lower? And that's where this level came from. Because you look at whatever you have, right? You look at like, what information do you have? You don't make anything. Sorry, you don't like make anything up. You kind of take what information you have in front of you, and you work with that. And this is the level. You see that? So yeah, did I take that trade? Yes, I did. Okay. Did I take it to all the way there? No, I didn't. I just took profit when it filled the gap. That's when I took profit. And then waited for this third diagonal touch for a short. You see how that works? I don't know if that answers your question, but I basically started the longest time frame. But a lot of, look, there's only one candle a month. So, you don't, it's just to kind of, you can look at it like once a week or whatever. But sometimes you can get very, very important information from longer time frames, like the monthly ATR. That's where I got the pound US dollar value from, right? My target on the pound US dollar was 1.54. So, and that is based on the monthly ATR. So, in other words, if you don't know what an ATR is, it's the average true range. In other words, what is the average size of the candles that you can the average amount of pips per month. Now, this on the pound US dollar was 400, and I can't remember. I can't unfortunately show you on the other platform, but you're going to have to check. But I think it was about 450. like 450, something like that. So based just on the ATR, I took profit at 154. The 154 is, where's 154?
134.
Oh, 1354, sorry, 1354. Where is 1354? There, right there. Now, is that because it's magic? No, it's just you get
Alchemy.
the information is there, right? It's the monthly ATR. So the monthly time frame is, you use it for that kind of stuff. Like sometimes it's at a very clear support level or resistance, or there's a very strong engulfing candle or something like that. But most of the time, you won't get a lot of information from the monthly, right? There's one candle that gets added to it. It's a very slow thing. But things like ATR, you can definitely use that. So I would look at, say, for example, this, which was the case with the month of May. There's you look at what we've done for the first 3 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever. How many weeks? Where are we now? Oh yeah. In the first 2 weeks, and well, the 1st and the 2nd of May wasn't the first week. Well, that was the Thursday and the Friday. But for those first 2 weeks, we haven't done much. We've moved like, I think, around 200 pips or something like that. And how would you in the session where we spoke about, like, look, on the monthly ATR, there's still like 140, 150 pips left on the monthly ATR. So when you look at like prices not really finding a direction, then you look at, well, what's the potential? Has it maxed out yet or not? And if you look at how much you've moved so far and how much is left, and how does the price structure, like for example, we close to breaking out of a resistance level. If it does, how far can it potentially go? And the other things needs to make sense as well. Where exactly do you enter? Why do you enter? Like the whole picture. But your profit target then is then based on if it's not clear where it can go. That's particularly where this is helpful, because the next resistance area on the pound US dollar is very high up, right? The most obvious one anyway. The next one is, I mean, you get all these pivots here, right? Sorry about this. Right, but the next obvious one is over here, right? And then you've got a bunch of pivots, and then this high here, 1.42586, it's going to go there, okay? But if you identify this on the weekly time frame or the daily time frame or wherever you can find the next resistance level, and you say, okay, it's 1.354, and you're like, okay, that is like 250 pips away or whatever it is, and you go, okay, yeah, but the monthly ATR only has 140 left. Then you don't target that area there. You just target your ATR. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. So you target that, and that is what happened. Yeah. So 1.354. That was the monthly ATR, and now we're rejecting back off it. So that's what I'm saying. Like I'm hoping that we get the entry on, hopefully it will do nothing, maybe bounce back up again. It looks like we've missed it, and then it comes back down. That would be ideal. Okay, then we've got a fresh month, and if you could potentially, like, if you catch the very bottom, which doesn't happen very often, but if you can catch it and you have the discipline to just leave it open for a full monthly ATR, that's how you catch 400 pips, right? Same with the daily and the weekly as well. That was a very long answer. Robert, I like that, Jannie. I always start at the 1 week and occasionally look at the month. Yeah, occasionally I have to look at the month. Yeah, you don't have to look at it like every 5 minutes. It's going to be one candle a month. Yeah, no, you're doing it right. Let's focus on the longer time frames just to make sure you don't miss out on what's really going on. If you're just stuck on the 15-minute time frame, you're going to overtrade, and the first trade will be a short, the next one is a long, and then the next one is a short, and then by the end of the session you've placed 8 trades and 5 longs and 3 shorts, and you're just all over the place, Okay. LOL. Yeah, LOL for sure. And Paul, have you? I see you like paying attention to your chart there. Are you ready to show us your whatever it is you want to show us?
It was actually a thumbnail design, but yeah, and just this is very this is very close to my heart. It reflects the market which I trade, and it just reminds me of how important it is to be aware of all the players and how they impact each other. So let me just try and find it, then we can have a look. I'll just get it all good. Here we go. Right, share my screen. Okay, entire screen. Let's try that. And where are we? Can you see this? Okay.
Bitcoin altcoins.
Ready for it? Here we go.
Here we go.
Wow. That's impressive. Altcoins.
Like it.
It is.
It looks like one of those. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
Those. What do you call it?
Fuel
Yeah,
stations.
those with. Yes.
Yeah.
They looks like that. That's pretty. That was impressive.
But the thing is, it's so true. Altcoins just like, Bitcoin, come on. It's just, it's very funny. But that is the market. That is the market. Bitcoin is king. And the altcoins just dance around it.
Bitcoin is king. Yeah, but that makes it. Have you ever tried to trade it and you just don't even look at Bitcoin? Or is that like, no?
Well, when I was first starting,
Younger.
I didn't understand the correlation.
So much younger than today.
What you say?
So much younger than today.
Yeah, sadly. That's unfortunately the way, unless your name is Benjamin Button, unfortunately that's the way it works. But yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, you start as a crypto trader, you've got to start learning the fundamentals, right? And all these fundamentals are basic stuff which we all use to trade out given markets and instruments, right? Then, of course, you start to learn more about your market and the nuances and what to look for, and what happens if this Asian market does this and how it impacts this and so forth. And you just learn the nuances, you learn the balances, and the same with crypto. And then that's what gives you the edge as you get more experience. But it's not, I mean, the point is you can't just suddenly say, okay, I understand what Bitcoin dominance is all about, and I understand how to use all this and look at Bitcoin and correlation and everything. But the reality is that it's you can't do any of that if you haven't got basic TA. And like juggling, and it's a lot of juggling because you've got a standard setup for an asset, right? Which we all have, right? And we're looking for potential trades. But then you've got to you've got to do a chart of Bitcoin, and you've got to see where that's at, and you've got to have it to sync up. And then if you want to get cute, you also want to do the same with Bitcoin dominance to get the probabilities in your favor. So you've got at least 3 balls you have to juggle at any given time in order to trade crypto with that edge successfully. So it's a lot, and it's one of the reasons why I talk about it quite a lot, because it's just, you don't hear a lot of other commentators, YouTubers talking about it, and I think it's quite a unique perspective on the market, which my mentor had, which he passed down to me and many others. So yeah, it's complicated, but practice makes perfect with juggling, right?
Absolutely. Mark, you have a question. Do you trade specific pairs? I guess this is for you as well, Howard. Do you trade specific pairs, and what is your entry time frame? I will definitely look at ATR. For me personally, the only Forex pair I look at is the pound US dollar. That's it. I have many weaknesses, and one of them is if I look at multiple dollar pairs, it confuses the hell out of me, right? I end up over trading, or I see, oh, the dollar CAD and the pound US dollar is lining up. Oh, which one should I go for? And then, yeah, like I just try. Yeah, like I'm not the messiah of trading, believe it or not. No, I just know what my.
Shattered my illusions.
I know
You're
my
not the messiah?
weaknesses, and no, sorry guys. But like on the Forex space, I just focus on one, and I like focusing just on one because I stay on top of it. You get to know it like like a family member almost, you know, what it's up to, what it can do, and it can still surprise you. You know. But I just like it works for me. So, and then the other markets I trade, I want it to have nothing to do with the one I'm trading. So I'll trade the pound US dollar, and the other one is like gold, right?
Yeah.
They're not related. They don't know each other. You know, you understand what I mean? They move differently. And then, you know, the other one is the NASDAQ again. So the NASDAQ is an index. So again, very, very different. So, and then the last one is obviously Bitcoin. So they just 4 very, very, very different markets. So that works for me. And so that's the only the Forex pair trade is the pound US dollar, and the entry time frame. On static horizontal lines based off price action, I'll go as small as the 15-minute time frame. That's not where I identify the opportunity. The opportunity has to be identified on a longer time frame, the 4-hour, daily, and so on. But for entry, I will go as small as the 15-minute time frame. Okay, because you can get very good entries there. Nothing smaller than that. And then on the other discretionary lines, as I've mentioned, or whatever you want to call them, they are like diagonal lines. People can draw them slightly skew. They're not going to be exactly the same by every trader. They're slightly different. And also like Fibonacci retracement levels that you can't, for me, I don't go smaller than the 1 hour. So the 1 hour and the 4 hour. Okay, I want to get much stronger confirmation that it's trading off those levels. So you're going to get stronger confirmation on longer time frames. So it you know, it's not a fixed thing. It's like certain cases I'll go smaller, other cases I will not go smaller. But I think I've just just explained which ones I will go smaller and which ones I won't. How about you, Howard?
Yeah, for my part, dollar majors really, euro dollar, sometimes sterling dollar cable, and definitely dollar yen. I like those ones, particularly euro dollar for the more kind of smash and grab short term stuff. Short term being sort of 20, 30 pips. Longer term, I do obviously the same markets plus euro yen, sterling yen, gold for holding for maybe 1-2 days. But I don't do anything much beyond 2 days really. So most of my stuff I would say is pretty much momentum based, low volatility breakouts, looking for the momentum to kick off and go in one direction for a couple of days. ATR I use for inputs for stop levels and profit target levels, and also for sizes as well. I like to when volatility is high, I like to cut my sizes down because obviously you need wider stops. So wider stops with smaller sizes is keeps the risk constant, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. See, so Mark, if you want to get some top-notch analysis on other pairs like dollar yen, dollar CAD, and that kind of thing, Howard's your man. I'm not. I'm just going to say, well, I'm long on the pound US dollar, so definitely short. Yeah, wherever you are, just short the dollar yen. Yeah.
Yeah. I also try crude oil every so often, but last couple of days it's not been great. But
what's crude oil doing? I haven't even looked at that.
Yeah,
for a while.
It rejected a few days back. Let's see if I can back it up. It's found support at a daily support level, so making it a little bit difficult for it to top out. It seems to be strengthening a little bit. Let's have a look.
There we go.
Okay, so it's a little bit strong. It tried to break down a couple of days, last few days.
Oh, yeah, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Yeah,
I was looking. I got kind of bearish on this rejection at the top of the range, and made a little bit on the way down, and then I had another crack at it on the breakdown yesterday, and it snapped back again, and it seems to be finding some support around this this level here, which from a bearish perspective is not great. So for the moment, I'm letting the buyers do their thing.
Yeah, it looks like well, it may do something very similar to gold, right? Where you're waiting for that level. Well, I couldn't get that level. It just bounced short. You got that one, right? You took that long. But this could be a very similar thing. It just falls short, and then finally you get it. So it can just then break through and give you that resistance, and then reject from there. Robert, you says you heard confirmation that Jannie's in team NASDAQ. Yeah, it's true. 100% true. Jannie, the Jack Russell. Why the Jack Russell? I'm just barking. Bark, no bite. Is that what you're saying?
Barking mad?
Bark. Barking mad. Yeah, so I don't think there's much we can do until the FOMC comes out. It will be a bit irresponsible to place any trades just prior to an FOMC meeting, I feel. But even though I will be watching
an FOMC meeting, you're not going to pay attention to.
Yeah, I never listen. I don't care what they say, man. It doesn't matter. Like I just like I'm interested.
To pay attention.
I'm just interested in how it moves. Oh, it goes up. Oh, dropping. Oh, it's very exciting. But I don't.
You just got people waiting with their mouse just for the end of the meeting. Just come on.
Yes, yeah. I wonder if there are people trading like that way. I don't know. Not me, but yes, ladies and gentlemen. Robert, do you have any final questions? Oh, Robert agrees. Yes, young Jack Russell. Yeah, I like the young part.
A dog or a person?
I don't know. Jack
Is there
Russell,
someone that they know called Jack Russell that we don't? Oh, Highlander's back. Okay. Here.
Crazy
okay,
people
we've got some very famous people in this session.
If I leave and Howard leaves, there will only be one.
All right, guys, but we have sadly come to the end of the session. Robert, Lola, Mark, everybody else watching, thanks for joining us. Howard and Paul, it was great to see you again.
Pleasure, guys.
Have a great evening, and the next session starts in half an hour from now. So from us, have a great evening. Don't place any trades just before FOMC.
Stay safe.
Yeah,
Thanks,
definitely.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys. Bye-bye. Bye.
Hello, Michael. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
There we go. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly fine. How are you?
Oh, man, I am absolutely awesome.
Guessing
Relaxing.
Good trading day?
To be honest, it wasn't too bad. I got a lot of setups. Some were great, some weren't. I only actually executed on one of them. And this damn thing is pulling back as we speak.
Typical. We're just going to wait for Aymane. He should be here any second. Not sure what the hold up is. Come on, Aymane.
Yeah, I got my my brother's in town. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. So he came out here for his birthday. His birthday's on the 20th.
Ah, nice.
So been here for a few days. We took him to the cenote on Monday since we had Monday off. Went to the beach, got to check out some cool stuff. But today his last day. So
nice. Well, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
That's not too far then, isn't it? Florida to where you live in Mexico. That's not too far, right?
Yeah. So I actually live in a part of Mexico. It is right under Florida, believe it or not. So it's like 2-hour flight.
Beautiful. That's really good. That's really good. All right, we'll start the session. I think something's holding up Aymane. Not entirely sure what, but we'll start with. Oh, here he is. He's just popped in.
Okay.
Hey, Aymane.
Hey, what's up?
Technical issue.
We thought so. You might have some technical issues. How was your trading day?
Actually, not bad. It's okay. It was good. So I took the first short, and instead of adding another 5 micros, I exit. So you know, but when you are short and you want to, let's say, to exit, you buy. But I clicked on buy instead of adding position.
Yeah.
And I had
Did it end up going against you or what?
It went straight away to my target. It went straight to, and I was really
yeah. Sometimes you get the luck of the draw, and it's like, whoo, I made a mistake, but I'm glad that happened. And the other time it's like,
I wish I could make a mistake like that now. My trading day was flat today. It was all right. Got stopped out in a buy position after market open, and then realized the market's dropping. Got in for a short, made back my loss, and got out. And it was just too. So I'm at break even. So I should really change the light color, but you know.
Me also, I re-entered after I took a small break because I was emotional. When I saw it went straight to TP, took a break, and I took another short. And it's good because we talked yesterday, if you remember, Sam, about like we could have a chop or a slow market before the FOMC. And as a trader, when you have this idea, like before you start your session, you start in your session with low expectations. So
you're exactly right. It was the FOMC as well. I was very aware that in an hour's time we'll have FOMC, and the market's just, I don't know, FOMC days, even FOMC week as a whole, but generally the day on FOMC is just, I don't know. I don't like the way the market moves. It's almost constantly trying to fake everyone out and trying to catch people out. It doesn't have conviction, you know, in the way it moves. So when I made back my loss, I was happy, and I was like, you know, I just took a sigh of relief. I'm actually happy.
Get me out of this thing.
And you, Coach Michael, how was your day?
Funny enough, so I got on with my group earlier today. It was a decent amount of setups, right? So I spend, I want to say 4 of my 5 sessions with you guys every day except Tuesday, really. So if you guys remember, for like a few weeks, I've been saying it looks like the market is starting to even on out. I'm starting to see my setup, you know, more like set up more constantly at this point, because ever since April 2nd, after the whole tariff thing popped off, it was just wacky. Like I'm getting a setup maybe once every 2 weeks, and the ones that are there, they're not like really clear. But for the past 4 weeks, as I've been mentioning, one pristine Mona Lisa setup every week, right? So
Mona Lisa.
Yeah. So
Sam, we should add this. We should add the Mona Lisa to our trading plan.
I think we should, honestly.
Yeah,
I like it.
I always say, I'm like, oh, this is a great setup. This is a great trade. This is nice, whatever. But if I say, oh, this is a Mona Lisa, everything is in me is telling me not to to over leverage on this position. That's how confident I am in that Mona Lisa setup, right? Like, and you know, being in front of the charts, you see the same stuff over and over and over and over again. But when it looks what I would call textbook, like this is exactly how I would want it to look. Pretty. There's nothing missing out of it. Chef's kiss. Like this is gorgeous right here.
Mamma mia.
Yeah. So I had a few setups today. Actually, I can go ahead and jump in if you guys don't mind.
Please. Yes.
So we had a few today, and again, this is. Oh, let me share my screen first. This one I was saying of we're kind of getting back to that spot, guys, and just for full transparency, for me, normally when I get on with my group in the morning, like normally I go through all the pairs every single day. I like record it and I'll like hang it and everything, right? And I kind of stopped doing that because it was like, not to say boring, but there's nothing there that we should be looking at. Like it's just, there's a bunch of reasons why we shouldn't take this trade, right? Like that's just how it's been for quite a bit, except as I keep mentioning for the last 4 weeks, basically. And Euro AUD, Aymane, I know you remember that was the day that it popped all off. Like that was the very first week of, man, I ain't seen the Mona Lisa trade in a minute. So Euro AUD, then there was Euro USD, then there was GBP NZD. I forget what it was last week, but week by week for the past month, clear, nice setups, guys. So to be totally honest, I actually missed the setup today, and I'm gonna start with that one. And it was AUD CAD, right? AUD CAD, I missed this trade, guys, for the simple fact that one, I was not expecting this to be this clear. Two, I didn't do my walk down, which again, I go through all my pairs, right? Like I start all the way at the top and go to NASDAQ 100 and I go through all of them one by one and just, you know, figure out what level we in, if this is possible setup, you know, hey, this is nowhere near it. And I just kind of do it that way. But that's how I'm able to touch every pair, at least get a quick 1 minute glance on them, you know, like 30 seconds to 1 minute glance. But today, since I didn't do that, I missed this setup, y'all. I missed this setup, and I told my group, mainly my partner, I'm like, look, I said, for the past 4 weeks, we had a clean setup, and we need to get back to our routine. Like, it's back to the basics time. Like, vacation's over, markets are getting back to what it was, you know what I mean, for our setup, and we need to make sure we touch in every pair, right? So, just to start this off, this is very, very clear. Like this, I won't call this a trade of the week because technically it didn't hit TP, and the trade of the week always hits TP, but it's super close. Like it looks like it, right? You guys already know the very first thing, you got to see where you at in the cycle, right? 5,200 cross. After you get the 5,200 cross, you're looking for that M structure. This is weird, to be honest, because it didn't really actually touch it. It didn't touch the 200, but we have outside the band. But after that, we had this little funky quasi, I call it a half a bat, if you guys remember, right? So the half a bat move. So after the M, off the 200, because remember, once the 5,200 cross, the very next move is off the 200. So this is the M off the 200 here. Then we got the run down. The next move off of this area, guys, is the bounce. So it's the 200 first and then the 50. We got this beautiful M looking structure off this 50 EMA. As soon as it's closed, you could have grabbed this. Stopped above at least the 800 EMA, and you are in here, you know, from there. Target would be the ADR low. This would have been a nice one for 1.37. Not too big, you know, on the risk to reward side, but still the pattern is there. Is there, right? On the M, you had this outside the band, inside the band. You had the reload. Now, for this move, remember, you don't need a reload. This move happens after the M or the W off the 200. That's when you need the reload. But this move came down. Remember, I always say market baseline below the RSI line and the signal line. You had a nice little move here, drop. This was a nice freaking trade today, y'all, and I missed it. Now, and I don't want to say that I kind of lucked up a little bit, right? Because I would feel bad had this ran right to TP. I would have felt like, like, you know, like I suck.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man. But in this scenario, the only thing that would have happened is I would have moved my stop loss to break even. I would have took off some partials, and I would be slightly in profit right now, right? So I would have made money off this trade, but it wouldn't have smashed my TP like a pure Mona Lisa would look like. But the point is, I still missed this trade today, right? So I told myself today, y'all's got to be, as a trader, you guys know, you always got to be refining what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. So I told myself today, I'm like, you know what? Back to the basics. Starting tomorrow, I'm getting back on in the morning. I'm going to get here about 30 minutes early, and I'm going to go through every pair like I used to do until this terrible crap started happening, right? Like, it's almost like we've been on vacation mode at least a little bit, because, again, I would go through all of these guys. I would start at the very top, and one by one, I'm just going through them. This is here. I mark it up. This is here. You know, and I go through all of them, right? Like every single one that I have, guys. But I stopped doing that because the market's been a little funky, right? So this was my clue to, all right, how many weeks in a row do you need a Mona Lisa to set up before you realize we back in business? Right? So I hate to say it, but yeah, I did miss this setup today. So Aymane, you are not alone.
Again, we had the same day.
yeah, that's twice. Hit maximum drawdown in one day, and now this one we missed the setup. I'm like, and I had to be honest with myself, right? And this is the cool part of being, I say, this far in the journey, because I had every excuse to say why I didn't take the trade, but me being honest with myself, I said, no, you know why you missed the trade? It's because you didn't go through all the pairs. And you were talking. You know, you were talking, lollygagging, looking at other pairs, and that comes in where, like, I was looking at gold today. Right? And that's why I got this set up too. I said, oh, gold is close. We spent like 20 minutes looking at gold, and I would never do that. But I married gold today almost. I didn't take this. Well, we didn't take this, but it was close to setting up. But we spent way too much time on this setup versus just getting to the next one, right? Yeah. And that's because, again, like, the market's been choppy. We've been on a little vacation mode a little bit. We should still show up every day, but my process has been off because of, you know, how the way things been. But yeah, in essence, I married gold today. Now, I will say I did take. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I get too far away, so we were waiting for this move to happen. Oh, wait, you know what? I think I finished up on 80 CAD. I'm going so fast because I feel like I can't believe this happened, but like, this isn't a Mona Lisa. I'm not going to call it a Mona Lisa, but it is perfect. Like, this is the cycle. 5,200 cross pattern off the 200, run, pull back, and retest this same exact area, guys. Like, this is the area right here. It came back, it played with this area, and it dropped. So for me to miss this, I'm going to say this is a rookie mistake for me. Like, at this level, this is a rookie mistake to miss this. But again, just being honest with myself, you know, I had to take my medicine today, so to speak. Like, And again, I probably would have only made, again, a nice quarter off of this, maybe a half. So not my full 1% position, but still, you know, this could have ran to TP, right? And then I would be like, man, you missed the full, you know, I could have put up, you know, 10 to make $280. That could have happened today, right? But so it didn't go. But my process is the same. I don't care if I missed out on a quarter on one account or a quarter on all the accounts. I missed the trade. That's what happened. Just being totally transparent. So This one hurt, but not as bad as it would have hurt had it ran to TP.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so that was that. That was AUD CAD. Let's get to gold, right? So gold was really nice too, guys. It didn't set up, as you can see. It's trying to do it, right? As always, 5,200 cross. Next move we looking for W off the 200. Y'all see it's trying to make it right now, right? The question was today is, are we taking this move? Are we taking a W off the 200? Or I'm gonna just separate these two. Whoops, why did I do that? Okay. Or are we taking the half a bet? Right? Which one of these are we taking today? And that was this move right here. When I seen this close, and this was a whole debate. Like, I swear this took much longer than it should have took today to go over this pair. But that's because, again, I wasn't fully locked in. I was just lollygagging, is what I would call it. So we had the W, we had the small. This didn't come all the way down to retest it. So when this closed here above this area, this could have been a trade. It could have been. Everything we had outside the band, inside the band. This would have been nice to take. But on the 4-hour chart, if you look at this, even though this closed above here, this was another reason for us to like, all right, this looked like you're supposed to be in all the way. But by the time I had really came and really gave it a good look, it was already so far down. And I just let it go. And I'm like, you know what? I would much rather prefer to have the W than to half a bat, especially since we had major news happening today at 2. I don't want them to hold the level and come back and hit this like they're doing right now. Right? So this was nice.
Hate to interrupt real quick. I think I have a trade about to enter a trade.
Do it. Take the screen.
Hey.
Take the screen.
So no, it always happens when like someone is mid explaining something.
No, it's totally fine.
It's just I just had the alert strike on S&P. This gap here, obviously we got FOMC coming out in just over 40 minutes. Right. So this is going to have to be a scalp.
A quick one.
Just want to check footprint. Let me have a quick look at the. Oh yeah, lots of sellers piled up. All right, I'm pretty happy to. It's not the perfect price. I want it to go a bit higher up.
Right.
It might do it, but I'm kind of scared. But it will just start dropping. I know. Keep going up a little bit more. Keep going up a little more. What price is that? 5931.50. 5931.50. Yeah, exactly where I expect it to be. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'll just enter. It's S&P. Yes. All right. It's going to be a scalp. It kind of has to be.
Yeah.
So here. And I'll have my stop there. And TP will be. Let me just zoom out a bit. TP can be. Get on. All right, we'll do TP back down to these lows here, to the point of control area. But most likely we'll get out before it even touches the TP. No matter what, before FOMC, I'm going to have to get out of this trade.
Yeah.
There's no chance I'm going to hold this through FOMC. Kind of want to see what happens as the market gets into. Look at the depth of market. Look at all those sell orders piled up right in that area there. So a bit above where we are now. Did enter a bit early, but it's fine. Doesn't really mess up the risk reward. So it'll be nice to see what happens. If they just clear these with no problem, then we're in trouble. Then it'll probably stop me out. So I'll get out manually. But I kind of want to see the percentages are getting a bit higher on the delta for the buyers, but they're not that high. I kind of want to see that pop happen, a nice pop. You know,
they definitely waiting.
Yeah,
they definitely gonna be waiting.
I want to see like a pop of buyers appear. You know,
right.
Being trapped at the top. That would be nice. If I just quickly look at the 5 minutes, see if there's anything that I missed. It's quite obvious. The volume is relatively low in general. This feels like pre-market the way it's moving, which kind of makes sense because FOMC's in 40 minutes.
Yep.
No one's going to be putting on.
Everybody want to wait, especially this late. Like, let's give it this. Let's see what happens afterwards.
That's exactly it. It feels like pre-market right now, like just how slow and kind of boring the market's moving. There's no kind of, I don't know, urgency to it. But yeah, even on the 5 minute, I don't see anything. Footprint wise, I don't see anything that would warrant an entry for a sell at the moment. But just because of the time, I think we might be able to get a little scalp going. But yeah, all right, I'll monitor that. Apologies, Michael. You can.
No, you're totally fine. Yeah.
You can take back the screen again.
Okay. It's funny you even brought that up. I'm seeing your light again. Yesterday, I was right in the middle of looking for lights. I was like, oh, this is what Sam got, I think. I think I might get two. Do you have one or you got two?
It's just one. So all it is
that one over there. Okay.
A long stick that you put in the corner.
Yeah.
And then you can change the lights and everything. It just sits there in the corner. You can make it move with music as well, should there be any music. But if I
hey, okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at, Sam. It's in my cart on Amazon.
Nice, get it. It's well worth it. Well worth it.
Sweet.
So it work with the sound?
Yep. Yeah, that's what sold me on it. Is that it had people leaving a review and they had like the music on. I was like, that is super dope. I like that. Sweet. Okay. Let me jump back into it. Let me see. Where am I? Oh, okay. So yeah. Okay. We was on gold. Anyway, I was looking at this. This took a lot of time, like, to really go through this today. I was saying, which I'm glad I did, and it's where experience comes in at. And I don't know if it's because the news was happening today, like major news. It's always weird the way they hold stuff. So I wasn't really feeling the half a bat move like this, right? Like I much more wanted the full move, which would have been like it's doing now, and then close. And I'm just saying this now. If this comes up here and closes during this, after this, I'm definitely taking this trade because this is what I was waiting on earlier today. Right? I would much rather have my move like this. Right? So this is what we were looking at earlier today. Nice little 1 for 1.5. Like this would be gorgeous if this sets up. So took a little bit longer to go through all of this. I think that's why I missed AUD CAD, to be totally honest. But again, I didn't. I should have went through my process how I normally do, which is look at all of them. But I spent way too much time looking at this today. Like way too much. So a lot of possible setups today for me, guys. Like, but they weren't all pristine, and I was trying to just be patient and see which one was the best one. And I knew that we had news today. So we had, that was AUD CAD. This is gold. We also had Euro CAD. Oh, yeah, 1 hour. Okay, cool. So we also had this one, right? Same thing. I'm sure you guys can see this clear M off this 200, right? Just nice. None of this really counts. This doesn't count, as I always say. Why? Because if you look down, the market baseline is still below the static, right? The static line, static 50, the yellow market baseline is below it. So when it touches it like this, for one, it's just really, well, it's a little body over there. This doesn't really count. That's not good enough. That's not enough to do it. This is the move right here, right? Like clear M structure. And then market baseline is slightly above this. What I didn't like about this, though, was there was no outside the band. You would have wanted that to be outside the band. I want this to be inside. So again, close, but no cigar, as they say, right? So this was another possible close setup, well within the cycle, coming off the top, 1350 cross, 5200 cross. That's what you're looking for. And just check this out, guys. I just want to point this out really quick. This is the power it is, right? Just want to point this out really, really quick. Just look at this. So we have the M top, right, which is this here. Then we have the 1350 cross. Now you can't take this trade. Why? Because when it runs down, price starts to 200, so you can't take that. But if you look at this move here, this wasn't bad, right? Let's make it red just to keep everything congruent. But this wasn't a bad short right here. Actually, it was. I'm sorry. This was a bad short because of the 800 is right here. It's way too close, and this wick went too high. But we're really just paying attention to the cycle. Peak top, 1350. All right, we know we're in level 1 at this point. Let's say from here, all the way from here. Peak, level 1. Once this 5200 cross, we know we're in level 2. Right? Level 2 consists of this whole thing over here. But this is gorgeous market structure. Peak top, level 1, level 2. So it's playing out the way it needs to, and it hasn't been as clear in a minute. I want to say since April 2nd, to be honest. So about a month and a half, almost 2 months. And that's where this patience comes in at, right? Because even for this trade, market baseline was below the static, which is great. That's how if you were to take this, let's say, because you don't want to because it touched the 200, but cycle-wise, market baseline is below the static. Once 5200 cross, market baseline goes back above the static slightly, but it's there, right? Slightly, like right around here. You can see this yellow is clearly above this static right here. So not too heavy, but it is there. And it just continued to play out from here. The next move to finish this whole thing off would be...
I just answer a buy if I can. Sorry, Michael, again.
Oh, no.
It's a little bit risky, but...
Why are you entering a buy? I'm entering a sell.
Uh-oh. Not again, guys. Not again.
And you got the market makers on your side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not again.
It's...
I know we had the buy and sell situation last week with y'all.
So just let's put first the stop. It's based on the 3 minutes. Stop loss below this candle. And take profit right here, 1 to 1.1. So let's see. So the idea of the trade, actually, it will be confirmed after this one, confirmed more after this 30 minutes candle close. But why I bought it? Simply, we have a 3 minute demand right here. So we are coming up slowly. And we have this candle here. We took the previous candle low, close green, and we got the continuation. Retest with like big momentum candle. And when you check the footprint, I anticipated a little bit when I saw the big cluster here at the bottom. And then I answered. I am a little bit, let's say...
I saw that same cluster as well. And I started thinking, man, like, should I be getting out at this point?
But still we have this 140. It's much bigger, so but we will see for sure.
Yeah, it started moving down nicely, but
we will see a reaction here for sure. Like this candle here, it start to get reaction. We took the previous high, closed red, and we got the continuation. So we will be around this area and this area. And let's see if this 30 minutes will close above those wicks or not. If it will not close above at least this wick, for sure, not for sure, but there is high chances we will come back, break even or even lower. Yeah, it's closed inside.
Potential absorption happening right now from buyers getting absorbed. I see potentially. There's a big amount of orders on the depth of market. I'm hoping that they hold. Obviously, you'll be hoping the opposite. But I'm hoping these limit orders are the buyers. They're trying to break through. I can see it on the time and sales. Just it's lighting up green, but they are getting absorbed, which is good for me.
I will wait few minutes to see how this candle reacts, because it's a little bit. You can see on the 15 minutes we have a really big cluster here at the top, so we could see a more, let's say, retracement to those area here before going higher. So
if you look at the last 15-minute candle, how it closed, that looks nasty for me. But I'm gonna hold on to it for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
I'm seeing big numbers on the buy side near the bottom. Come on, sellers, break through those people. Break through them. They're getting absorbed as well. I think I'm gonna get out, because I can see on the depth of market it's very even, 50-50. I will just get my screen up so it can be used as a short should it need to be. 2 seconds, Aymane. I'm just going to pop up my screen.
Yep.
So, yeah, I am seeing a few bigger numbers. Oh, they've reduced now. Oh, that's good. On the sell side, they're still quite big. So maybe I won't get out just yet. They are kind of struggling to break through that area.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm gonna go break even. Let's wait a couple of seconds. 1.
I'm gonna give it another few seconds. I really want to see it break through these ones here. Come on. You can see the numbers are reducing, but they get filled up again. The buyers keep adding more. Keep adding more. It's gone back to 100. They get absorbed. Are they going to just wipe out that area? If they wipe out that area where my mouse is, oh yeah, there we go. That's it. Wipe it out. The next one, I want to see them wipe that out as well. Sellers are struggling a little bit. Come on, don't give up control now. There we go. Keep going. Keep going. I'm also keeping an eye out on the number next to where the price is. You see there's a number 1. Oh, you see when the number gets bigger, that's how many actually get taken out. So I want to see bigger numbers, but more on the sell side. So there, I just saw 2 hit. There we go. There we go. Another 2 on the sell. Sometimes when you see huge numbers like 30, 40, it's beautiful, because then you can almost guarantee it's going to go that way. Almost. Not, I wouldn't say guarantee, but there's a high probability it'll go your way. But these are still tiny numbers. I mean, 1 and 2 doesn't really matter too much, but you're looking for like bigger numbers. But there is absorption happening. If I look at the
not much in NQ, like the sellers are pushing.
If you look at the delta, the buyers are trying to come in.
He said Aymane Jannie is team NQ.
Yeah, he is. He's an NQ trader. Yeah, I think I don't know. It might hit the take profit, but tiny little gap we're in technically, but I wouldn't even call that a gap. I'm still just looking at the depth of market. The buy side has kind of dropped down. That the next area of interest will be here, 5922. You can see those numbers getting bigger and bigger as more buyers are stacking it up, and it seems to be scaring sellers. But we'll give it one more crack at it. I'll give the sellers one more chance just to break through that area. If they don't, they don't, and we'll get out. 5922. Let me add a line at 5922. 5922 on the dot. So that looks far away, but it actually isn't.
ES is moving compared to NQ.
Is it? Oh, really? Well, that's just because ES is superior. Just moves a bit better.
Yeah, ES on 5 minutes candle. If we measure how many points ES moved, you will find 2 points.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you see that they got absorbed instantly. They're going in for another crack at it. Look at those numbers dropping, and they're trying to refill it. The buyers are refilling that area heavily. 5922. Look at that. It went almost to 0, and they've refilled it back up to 80. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm going to get out. But that's that trade done. We got out like here somewhere. Not bad. Technically didn't end the day on break even. So, but that was like, yeah, 30 points. That's not a lot. That's tiny amounts. Like if you look at pre-market, it moved more. Like this is literally like pre-market, the way it's moving. This is not. I mean, it's going to be cool when FOMC comes out, just to watch it go.
Yep, that's what I'm waiting on right there.
Aymane, let's make a bet. Aymane and Michael will make a bet. No money involved or anything, but just when FOMC comes out.
Okay.
Do you think it's going to go up or down?
I will tell you 2 minutes before the news. Okay.
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 All right. But anyway, whoever wants to take control of the screen.
I bet it's gonna go up. ES is gonna go up, not down on news.
I will wait, like Aymane. I'll wait a few minutes before, and then I'll make my prediction.
I'm saying,
but to the audience, please, we're just literally guessing. This is a coin flip. There's no skill involved.
Disclaimer.
This is a silly thing.
Yeah, disclaimer. Put a disclaimer in there, Sam.
Disclaimer.
This isn't based on technical analysis or any kind of, I don't know, insider knowledge. This is literally 3 guys making a guess. There's no no skill involved.
Yeah, I'm going with longs. I like ES for the long. I think I like NQ for the long too, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I don't know about NQ. I'm not betting on that one. I'm only betting on ES. That's long.
Fair play. Yeah, I'll wait a few minutes and then I'll make my prediction. But yeah, no, ES is still moving down quite nicely. I could have held. It would have hit the TP pretty much almost there now. It would have, but it's all good. It's all good. Better be safe than sorry. I don't like how the market's moving. It's very, very weird. But yeah, anyone who wants to jump in, feel free. I won't disturb you now until.
You got something over there, Aymane?
Yeah. I thought I'm sharing, but
oh, my bad. All right, you're up.
Yeah, it's going against me. It's okay. Some won this time. It's okay. Yeah,
I did a little call to the market makers. You know, yeah. I think the real market maker, I think Robert is the market maker. He's always here watching, you know, and I find that a little suspicious, you know.
You know what? That would make sense. That would make sense.
Yeah, Robert says it will go down. If he guesses correctly, we know he's the market maker.
Robert, so you are against me today, Robert. Okay. I think I should exit this position. Yeah, but the short, yeah, because when I check like the 15 minutes, you can see here a big absorption here at the top. So 181, and then we close lower. Next candle is open with momentum, but still like it's really, how to say it, like empty. There is not like too many orders. Just you can see here at the top, even at the top, it's 1, 762. Yeah, but definitely there was a big absorption here on the 15 minutes. Actually, my target it's at 21,487, so it's on this cluster right here. So yeah, but but the way it looks right now, if we switch to the 5 minutes, let's see. Yeah, it's like we have some big clusters. There's follow through. We have some big cluster here. Some buyers got absorbed a little bit here. The new 5 minutes candle is opening, nothing strong, so we could easily come to check those lows, but we will see.
Yeah.
So we took this previous 15 minutes low. So let's see if we will flip or not. But definitely we are holding this.
A lot of the price action you're seeing, or not even so much price action, but what you're seeing right now in terms of all the orders, I would treat most of it as people getting the hell out the market before FOMC.
Yeah.
So treat it as people exiting. So flip.
Yes.
Your bias. Does that make sense in a weird way?
Yeah. Like when it's exiting, yeah. If they are buying and they exit, it means the price will go lower. So
that's it. Yeah.
So yeah.
Because I can only imagine anyone with enough, money or enough purchasing power to move or have any impact in the market is probably exiting rather than entering at this moment in time. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's. I will wait. Yeah, definitely there is not much.
Because even these big numbers on the depth of market that I'm seeing, quite big numbers compared to normal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming these are people, again, they're just moving their stops and take profits a lot closer in order to kind of.
And this is what makes it look all funky and stuff, because it's all out of whack. Like you can never really tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stop loss on this one.
But annoyingly, that would have smashed my TP. But oh well.
You can see here like on the 30 minutes it was big absorption, like 260 here. Now we are coming back to those clusters here. So my let's say prediction for FOMC, and we will see if it will happen. It's same like last week FOMC, not last week, like on the I think 7th of May it was FOMC.
It didn't move much.
No,
it didn't move much, and it was in a demand. So that's why I said when you told us, Sam, let's analyze or guess where it will go this time. We need to see, because maybe it will happen like the same, like we will see the same price like we had on last FOMC. We will hold this demand and then come back and turn higher. But for me, this is a plus setup. This is a nice buy here too. Like buy from this demand right here. It will be really nice. Let me show you, if it's okay, just the trade I took, where I took the first one. Yeah. So the plan for today is we were in a daily supply. We were in this daily supply right here. Yes, it was mitigated and tested multiple times, but still we are in a supply. So we took this previous high, closed red, continuation, retested here, and now we are coming back to it. On the 4 hour, we are also in this 4 hour supply, but the price is pushing higher. And then on the 1 hour, let's say I start to get an idea of, okay, maybe this big candle before like 2 hours before the open, maybe there is a potential squeeze. So if we will just take out all those volumes now, you can see that this candle had the biggest volume compared to this. I know that now it looks this candle here. So I said, okay, maybe there is potential squeeze. So squeeze into the 1 hour supply. So this is the idea of the trade, but it was a little bit risky. So we had this supply here, took the previous high, closed red, continuation, and we have big candle into the supply. So when we open, actually we open with, you can see here, we opened below the supply. We had a fresh demand here.
Yeah.
Took this previous low, close green, continuation, retests. So I thought like I missed the demand, because to be honest, I didn't see in the beginning this demand right here. But at the same time, my expectations starting the session is there is FOMC, and this is why the context always is important. There is FOMC later, so there is high chance that we will not see a trend in market today, let's say. And then this is my voice.
Yeah, sorry, I clicked on the Hola Prime thing. What came up?
Good job, Amy. Yeah. So, and then what happened is we close right here. We close on the supply, on the limits also of the 4-hour supply. We took it just slightly with the wick, and we come back, close the red. So for me, before we close this 5 minutes candle, let's show it on the. It's frustrating, but yeah, it was good one. Yep, it was right here. So I think I was on the 6 tick or 5 tick. I'm not sure. 6 or 5 tick. So we had definitely like some big clusters here at the top. So if we this 95, 85, those are big clusters, and we have one right here. So when we took this high and we are in a supply, we start to push straight away, and I saw like I think -90 order pop up straight away, and then I sold 5 contracts. So I sold 5 contracts and then waited, I think, 1 minute or something for the candle to close. And I was waiting for this next candle to open to see the momentum. And when it opens, because it moves so fast, I want to click sell again, and then I click buy, and I close the trade, I think on. So I close it right here, and then boom, it went all the way down. Of course, I will not hold it, but at least I will get a 30 points or something.
Yeah.
At least, yeah. And then second trade, it was right here. This one was good, actually. Not very, very good, but still, like you can see, we have this 1 hour candle, took the previous high, closed red, and we got the continuation. So when we got the continuation, we were between this demand here and this supply here that was fresh. So when you drop to the 5 minutes,
dang, I just got taken out. I just got taken out on this AF trade. Sad.
It was something, I think, like this.
It's that FOMC.
Yeah, so I mean, I mentioned, well, I didn't get to it actually, but my bad, Aymane. I think I was talking about ACAD. The only trade that I took today was AF, AUD CHF. It got to its point. I took some partials, but I had my runner on. It just took me out just now.
Well, yeah, I would suggest no more trading for the next 12 minutes.
Oh no! If I'm saying right now, if this gold trade sets up after FOMC, I'm taking this.
Go for it.
I've been waiting for this all day. If this trade sets up, I'm on it.
Who wants to place a trade on their bully account at put their money where their mouth is. The prediction.
Hey, I'm telling you right now. So first of all, this is so lame. I didn't even get to AUD CHF because I was talking about AUD CAD, but same exact setup, guys. Like, just check this out. Right, 5200 cross. The next move you're looking for is the pattern off the 200. Right, right. It comes down and it pulls back to the 50. Makes a funny little move. Drop. Now, this didn't run to TP either. It got so close. As you can see, so close to it, but it didn't do it. I took some partials off at this level here. You guys already know I'm the partial person. I got to take something off of this to get paid for the day. And sure enough, this thing wicked all the way down here. When I seen this candle all the way down, let me take all of this off. This looks too crazy. When I seen this candle all the way down here like this, I just knew this was finna smash TP. I just knew it. I wasn't even worried about it. And then when I seen it pull all the way back up and closed above this blue tracer from yesterday, which is yesterday's low, that I didn't like. right? So anyway, I was already at a break even, and I took some of them off, but my stops was slightly above this. Well, I guess it was around right here, and it just took me out, like just now. So break even on this trade for today. But what I was trying to point out was, well, a quarter. I only took a quarter off this trade today. Was gold. If this trade, if FOMC pulls this up here and closes like this above this 50 EMA, I'm taking this. Let's scoot this down just a little bit because I don't want to miss it. But yeah, this will be an in-session trade. This is exactly what I point out all the time. Just look at this, 5,200 cross. The next move is the W. First leg, close up. Second leg, close up. Now, I can't say this is going to happen, obviously, right then, but I'm ready for this to happen if it does.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I would be missing on this particular setup. It's be a nice almost 1 for 2 on this trade if this sets up. Now, I can't run past this, but I just want to see a close right above this. Oh, you know what? It's not going to happen this session. It won't close in the session. Yeah, it wouldn't close because it wouldn't close until an hour later. Yeah, maybe we can get something off the 200 if anything. On the 15-minute, if we can get a close above this on the 15-minute, this will still be nice too.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's really all I want to show. I'm waiting for this setup because this could easily happen, and I'm all into gold buys, all into it. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Nice.
Okay, guys.
Nice.
So, Sam,
yes,
buy or sell?
I'm just looking at the market now. I'm trying to do a little bit of volume analysis to try and gauge what could happen.
Okay.
But it's actually very difficult to figure out. We're in. Whoop, I think Michael accidentally hit Leave Studio rather than.
Yeah.
It happens. We'll wait for that button, that Leave Studio button, and the end screen share button are like, they look identical.
Yep.
We'll give them a
Let's
second.
see.
Oh, Robert goes, I will of 100 micros. I'm already in a short with 100 micros at 21,466. So NQ. Oh, Robert, man, you're a bull. You got balls.
Yes. It's not looking good. The problem with shorts for me, like I am also at this price, I am more into short than buys. But when you check the 4 hour, like we have a very big wick at, like we could go fill the wick. So it's 50-50. Maybe they will be a nice trade at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time when
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah,
looking...
maybe. I wonder. Oh, maybe Michael's internet cut out or something happened. Hopefully he comes back in time for the FOMC. What did he say? He said buy, right? He said it's going to go up.
Yeah, he said buy. He will wait just for the closure, I think he said.
I'm gonna open up a fresh S&P chart because I need like a fresh chart.
Full focus.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna use
a buy limit or selling.
That's I'm not actually gonna enter anything. But I'm just going to use the volume profile to try and figure out what could happen. So
Michael is back.
Is he back? Is he back? There we go. Michael. Did you hit
you already know what happened.
Yeah. It happens.
It's so funny when it does happen. Like it's because it's a red button. I think that's what it is.
Who knows, man? Yeah. Who knows?
They need to change that. I keep saying that. Don't have that so close to the stop screen sharing like that. That's weird. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. So I can't even get a fresh chart open with the volume date. All right, never mind. I'm gonna have to delete all the drawings I have on my chart if I want to do all of that. All right, who cares? I can always redraw it. All right, fresh chart. I'm gonna try and figure out is this gonna go up or down. Obviously, there's no way of knowing. This is the most dumbest exercise we've ever done, but it'll be fun.
Entertainment purposes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Please do not take these trades.
These are going to be terrible. I mean, not much might happen, to be fair. I mean, it might be quite a boring. It really depends.
Let's see.
Yeah, Michael, I might be going more on your. I might be more on Michael's side here. I think it might be going up.
This thing is more long than short. That's the only reason I'm saying that. It's more long than short.
We got
we can
4
get
minutes.
A small pull back like downwards and then go. That'll be great.
Yeah, that's
definitely more long than short. I would not short this thing.
So just looking at the volume alone, let me get rid of this. Like 2 gaps that it has to break through in order to kind of, I think it will get absorbed. I think even if it is a short and there's a lot of people start selling, I think they're going to get absorbed very quickly in these areas, and then boom, 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 boom. It might push up. Look, at the end of the day, people from the top and bottom are both taken out today, right? So today was just liquidity grab, right? Anyone at above here, all that liquidity sitting, up here, they got taken out here, and then all the liquidity on the low of the day at the time was taken out here.
I am more short.
So
Shorts.
I wonder what the cumulative delta is saying.
This is about to be good.
We got 3 minutes on the clock. Let me see what the cumulative delta is saying. It's more on the buy side, the cumulative. Meaning if there's more buyers in the market, but everyone would get out.
I took one short.
Aymane. Okay, I'm buying. I'm gonna buy. Obviously demo account, but
obviously,
buying, obviously. I'm gonna give it the last few seconds. We got okay.
For me, it's purely delta on the 1 hour and 30 minutes. That's it. If it went against me, it is what it is. But
I wanna buy when it's a bit further down, but
okay, 1 minute.
I'm gonna enter exactly on like 10 seconds. I'm gonna give it a last few seconds just to give it give me some kind of I don't know. I doubt it will, but okay. Look at the ask and bid right now. How slow it's moving. The time in sales. It's barely moving.
Move is the false move. I always remember that.
Okay, guys.
Fast move is a false move, y'all. Watch this.
Watch this. Okay, if this 1 hour candle it closed red, it will be really nice. If it's closed red, we need
it might not do nothing. Let's see. It's gonna end up doing nothing. We're gonna be sitting there like, that was lame.
I know this might be like really lame. Lots of buyers. Look at all these numbers. How big they're becoming.
It start to.
All right.
Not leaving.
Let me see the depth of market. Any clues? Give me a clue. Come on, give me something. 16 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping my eye out on that tiny little number 1 there. I want to see it. It says it wants to short, but I've locked in for a buy. I'm just going to buy. What are we doing?
Here we go. I know it take a few seconds to kick in sometimes. Let's see.
It's been a long time since we've done something like this.
I think there's nothing. I think maybe now we have to wait until 8:30. No.
Man.
Before I'm seeing meeting.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah. Super.
Oh, no, wait. Well, that was
Nothing.
when Michael, when S&P move in 1 point, Sam, because it's moving slow.
It's moving. Look at it. It's rapid. It's moving. Oh dear.
Nothing. This
But
thing
it's
ain't
going to
nothing.
your favorite, Sam.
Oh, there you go. It's slightly moving.
Oh, you got. I just saw a bunch of sellers. It's going to start probably pushing down. I just saw a bunch of sellers on the depth of market. I think enter 2. The buyers are all at 1, 2 on the sell.
Dang, what I really wanted to happen was to go for just to shoot up and do some action.
I know that was. What was that? That was the worst
Nothing.
FOMC I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it just did nothing.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to drop down. But it's not actually moving anywhere. It's just, wow. Well, should I just keep in this position? I don't even know. This is I'm just exiting.
No,
but
we want this first push, but nothing happened, so I'm out.
Okay, just remember, I entered there. Right. We'll see. I entered at basically the open of this candle, right? Or the close of the last candle. Robert said it was going to go down. So, Robert, I thought you were the market maker.
All right, I don't like nothing except NF. I'm about to take a position on NF. Just to throw this out here.
Go for it.
Really quick.
Do it.
NF is the only one that didn't do anything major, and it's kind of still sitting at this exact level. So I will take NF long here, guys. Let's see what we got. All right, and I like that this closed above this like this. Slight, it's already starting to run too. Come on, don't do that to me.
By the time you get your screen share up and all that.
Right. All right, my stop loss here is 49.20.
It's like they are watching.
Yeah.
The moment you want to enter.
Yeah. Dang, that's crazy. Move.
Yeah.
Oh, where is it now?
Yep.
All right, let's go for a pullback.
NZD.
Where is this thing at? Why is it not in order? What in the world? Yo, the market maker just changed all my orders. Changed the order.
Yeah, here is NZD. No, up more. You should NZDCHF. You see it? Is it NZDCHF?
Yeah, it will be.
It's lower. I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Dang, I forgot the price. That was so dang what's the name? 49.20. Okay, cool. 49.20. That's what we want to be in here at 49.20.
Robert entered that position on his prop account, man. Robert, you got some balls, I'm telling you. He entered just before FOMC on a prop account, man. Robert.
All right, boom. All right, so we in here.
I give him credit.
All right, there we go. That was quick. Let's get something in here. This all I really needed.
Nice.
All right. Technically, the TP is up here, right? And then we'll do on the TP side is 49.50. Okay. 49.50. All right, it's more like it. All right, at least I got into something today. Live, that is. This is actually nice. It's not the best, but it's definitely long. And let me point this out to you guys. As you can see, we have this 5,200 cross. So we know we're looking for W's off the 200 for the first move, which we have. Nice little W here. Run up. And you're looking for that bounce off of this same area to go back long. It's actually a decent setup. And if you can see, market baseline is actually above the static right here. Right? RSI line and signal line were below the market baseline. Is crossing back above. This actually ain't too bad to be so late today. I feel like this only happened because we had news.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how this play out. Nice little 2 for 1 too. Come on now. Late in the day, I almost can't even ask for much more than this. This ain't bad at all. Especially after our anticlimactic FOMC run here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the actual release. I'm trying to see if there's anything to pick apart here. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's a long ass document, but clearly,
my bad, I'll hate the studio.
Clearly there's not much nothing interesting. Well, that was very anticlimactic for an FOMC.
Super.
Yeah.
Super. I don't even know what to say. That's like NFP happened and it stayed still. Like, what?
It didn't even flinch. There wasn't even that kind of like,
not one bit.
Yeah, it was just as if nothing happened, like a normal candle. Just, I don't know what the hell. Let me actually check on the volume.
Sam, I'm seeing your lights in the back, and I definitely gotta order this.
Do it, man. Do it. It is it's awesome, man. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. Let me see. That just changes the color. Have I got what's mode? Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, this one is.
Yeah. No, that one's not sound activated. That's just like a flow.
Okay.
I'll put the music one on and be really quiet.
Yeah, I think the one I'm looking at is the same. I can see at the bottom of yours, it got like the little 3-pronged feet. This one's just like a circle, but it looks the exact same. I can tell it does the same thing minus the feet. Then I got to get your camera.
I'm right.
So I
you
can
do all this. It's done it. Zoom out. I still don't get it.
Yeah. Maybe you got to do 2.
I don't know. It's like Iron Man. Oh, yeah, it kind of worked. No, maybe not. There we go. I don't know. But pretty cool.
Yeah. What we have tomorrow in terms of the calendar? Let's check. Okay. So tomorrow also we have initial jobless claim, pre-market, and that's I think and we have orange also, like US jobless claims. Oh no, so it's okay, so we have pre-market 8:30 a.m. we have US initial jobless claim, and we have GDP also at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. Yes, GDP and we have at 10 a.m. And at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we have US spending home sales. So, we could see some like trending day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
And we have on Friday your favorite news release, which is University of Michigan.
Michigan. That's going to move the market. Yeah, of course. How that moved the market that time, I have no idea. Who has ever looked at the University of Michigan move and be like, oh, gotta be careful on that one.
Right. Like it's NFP or something.
But there was that one time it actually did something. It moved the market. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, GDP is going to be quite good. Unemployment claims, not bad as well. They're going to be the major ones, really. If you're trading any pound pairs, but that's going to be 8 p.m. UK time, so you'll be awake. Michael will be awake.
Yeah,
we'll all be awake, actually. It's not even that late, but we won't be trading.
Actually, if you stay in a trade, Sam, it's going good.
Yeah, it's going very good. That's the market makers helping me out there.
Yeah.
But I mean, all right, it's not going bad, but the actual, what do you call it? The actual trade itself, like, it still hasn't moved much.
Yeah.
The trade I took earlier has moved more. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that makes no sense. You know, the trade I took before FOMC has moved more than the trade after FOMC. It just doesn't.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Now I'm gonna be on this gold setup. Whether it happened today, only Wednesday. Yeah, today's Wednesday. So we still got Thursday and Friday. I'm waiting for this gold setup to happen. Because technically, the next move in the cycle is for it to go long. Close above this 13, close above the 50, and go long. So I got my alert set for this. It's nearly a 1 for 2, 1.92. So if we can get a nice close and nice little pullback, we'll smack the hell out this trade when it sets up.
Definitely.
Yeah, this
I see something potentially lining up for AUD CAD. Not AUD CAD. AUD Aussie dollar, US dollar. I see a potential.
Okay.
But it probably will take a while before it actually gets there and plays out and does what it has to do. So I doubt during the session there'll even be the entry. So who knows?
We'll see.
But apart from that,
AUD CAD and AUD CHF were both pretty much nice in play today. Like seriously.
Yeah.
You guys seen I missed the AUD CAD move, but the AUD CHF move, I took a small piece off of it. So
yeah, I did have an alert for AUD CAD, but I realized I missed it as well. Happened around the same time as the S&P trade, so I took the S&P, but it was actually a buy position on AUD CAD. Looked quite nice.
nice.
Let me just pop up the screen, show you guys what I was referring to. So I had that gap there, and we bottomed out. Mainly because we got this massive area here where it's going to stop at. So I'm not looking to sell the market. So as it goes through that first gap, I'm expecting once it breaks through, comes back to retest to continue. And that's what we saw. We broke through it, came back, retested it, and now we've continued. So there was a trade, around the time I had the alert go off, but I didn't even look at it. That would have been a perfect zero drawdown trade.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. No drawdown at all.
Yeah. But then again, to be fair, the S&P trade was pretty much zero drawdown if I waited for it to hit the actual spot for the entry. And then, you could have targeted, probably target the point of control all the way up here. But that wouldn't have been a bad trade. AUD USD, same kind of idea. On the 15-minute, I'm looking for it to break that area, which it just has. It's got 8 seconds left for the candle to close. Close above, clear break. now then looking for that to go back into this area and continue up to here. So that hopefully, but I just don't see it happening in the next 15 minutes for it to play that out. So potential trade there, potential trade, something like that. The only thing is there is a gap there as well. So it could reject off that area, but realistically speaking, I think it will break through because we're still near the bottom. So we could probably target, you know, the point of control again. Oh, it actually is coming back already. Oh, that went quick. Aussie dollar's not messing about. Ah, my luck. Okay. AUD. Where is it? Ugh. Why does it look different? Oh, it's the 1 minute.
This trade is right here. It's trying to move this NZDCHF. It's trying to move.
I want it to drop a little bit. Get into my area. Come on. Come on. It's pretty much there. All right. We're in. So that trade, we're pretty much in. Obviously, with the commission and spread, the actual break-even price will probably be a bit higher, maybe up here somewhere. And then stop loss will be down here. TP, let me move it back up to 15 minutes so I can get the... There we go. Moving up quite nicely. I know, we're still in minus because of the commission spread, so it's actually higher up here once you factor in all those fees. Is that it? 9 pips. It looks so much more. Like, I thought, whoa, it's huge. Is that it? 9 pips.
Is it 9 pips?
Yeah.
Wow.
4.5 pips stop. That's basically the spread, man. Like, that's terrible. What is that? If I put my stop loss here, I'll get stopped out like now just from the spread alone. Oh dear. What is going on? What is going on? But all right, fair enough. 64327 is the TP. 64327. 64327 around there. Stop loss is going to be realistically 64236. 64. Already forgot it. 64236. 64236. It's right there, about there. Cool.
I want this gold trade set up. I'm telling y'all, this gold trade setup, we didn't have it. So as I mentioned, I told my group this earlier today, we have, for the past 4 weeks with our setup, we had something pretty pristine. 4 weeks in a row. Today is Wednesday, and so far there has not been what I would call a trade of the week.
No.
So Monday don't count. It was on holiday. Tuesday there was nothing. Today there's not really nothing. So that leaves 2 more days for this week. Now, this gold trade is looking like it's going to be the trade I'm referring to. Gold could easily be the trade of the week on long, easily. We're missing one last little component. Well, 2 really.
You need to go.
Matter of fact, let me show this really quick.
Yeah. Pop it up.
This is actually really nice, to be totally honest. This is really nice. Let's go to the 1 first, but as I keep saying, 5,200 cross. The next move is this W structure here. We got the first leg here. Whoops. We got the first leg right here. We got the little peak up there. We got the second leg. And what I like about this is an actual W. It's not that half a bat that I was mentioning. Remember I said earlier, the half a bat happened here, but due to the news and everything, we really wanted a nice solid move again off the 200 with some body. That's what we're getting right now. Right? We got the outside the band. We got the reload on this. We got the inside the band happening. This is going to be really nice so we can get a close above this. And this is right at about a little over, risking $1 to make $1.73. So like $1.75 almost. So it's even nice. So this is already beautiful. And I'm going to say the word, y'all. Mona Lisa setup, right? Let's point this out. This looks just like GN from a few weeks ago. This is the same exact thing. Y'all see this? Right where this line is. 5,200 cross, W long. And just look how this shot up after this. Long. Right? This is the same exact move. What we call M off or W off the 200. This same exact thing is attempting to present right now. Not right now, but this week. 5,200 cross, beautiful W structure, shoot up, at least to right here. Right? If it takes out these highs, even better, but at least right here. But what's even better about this is I can't say better, but what's nice too is the 4-hour chart. If you look at the 4-hour chart, remember after the W, you have the bounce trade, right? So it's the 200 EMA action first, which we have shoulder, head, nice little shoulder, right? Run up, funny move, and boom. This could easily happen. Easily. So this could totally be the trade of the week on gold longs, y'all. So I'm really into this. Right? We got this nice on the 4-hour chart now. 1350 cross. Very first time price touches the 50 EMA, which would be the 200 EMA on the 1-hour chart. We're on the 4-hour chart. Right? It's this right here. Boom, close up. It didn't run. Gave it a second leg right here. Close up. This will go. This will be the move. Right? As soon as it closes, I can't say above there, but really we want it to close right where this is. And y'all see I got the alert set on here. W off the 200. Right? And then if you look at the TDI 2, you got the nice outside the band here. This could be the inside the band to go long. Don't miss this setup. This is going to be beautiful if it goes.
Yeah.
So I just want to point this out real quick. This is looking like the trade of the week so far, y'all. Like beautiful potential setup.
Let's hope so.
Yes.
I want to see the trade of the week.
Yes. I don't know if you remember, but one of our podcasts was the trade of the week, Sam, and this was the exact setup. It was the dog.
That was it. Yeah. I remember.
I
think Robert just hit trade of the week because he wrote, "Oh my God, I jumped in a short on my actual prop account I'm trying to pass and forgot to change the amount of micros, so I just TP'd with $1,876."
Oh my God.
Trade of the week. That
wow.
Robert, come on, Robert.
That is
this time it worked in your favor.
Yes, you got to be careful with those, Robert, for real. Congrats to those.
Congrats,
yeah. Now, if you're supposed to make $187 in this trade of the week and it was beautiful, that's great. But the fact that you made $1,876 on the trade,
oh man,
that's not great. That's not great. I'll be honest. The money is good. Don't get me wrong, but much more important than the money is the process. You know what I'm saying? The process.
Robert, what is the account size for that one? I need to know now.
Yeah.
Imagine it's like a 5K account.
Right.
Oh man.
They made 50% in one day. You should apply to the
300K.
Oh, okay. 300K. Okay, all right. 300K. No, that's all right. That's all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that. That's like 0.5% or something. Yeah, that's cool.
That's all right.
All right. We'll give you props on that one, then.
Well done.
We'll give you that. We'll give you that one. That's good.
Brilliant.
That's good.
That's really good.
Nice. Nice.
That's
nice.
it. A few more of those. And that'll be a nice payday, man.
Oh yeah. You be end up looking like Nerio Machado.
He goes, he has to make it to 20K. He's at 4.5K in profit on that account now. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Protect that account.
5% there.
Protect it like your life depends on it.
Yes.
Every day, just little bits, you know. Give yourself 2 months, 2-3 months to pass it if you have to. I'm assuming there's no time limit. If there is, then well, get to a better prop firm. That's what I would say.
Base hits.
Take your time. Base hits, exactly.
Like it's funny. Like this month, I am up good amounts, and when you see like my PNL, like it's just base hits, like 800 days, 700 days, 800 days, 700 days. So just focus on just base hits.
Yeah. My PNL is smashing it after I traded FOMC. Just
love it.
FOMC.
Yeah.
What a joke, man. What a joke.
But a lot of traders they're struggling, because I see on talk with friends in social media also, they are struggling on May. So a lot of traders struggle on May due to the price action. So if you make it on May, you are break even or you are in profits. Good job, because it was not an easy month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Yeah, this month was, I don't know, what was the best month? I would say when the market crashed actually was great, because in hindsight, it was easy, right? Because it just kept going. It just kept going and going and going. It never stopped. So you could have just jumped in for a short at any point and pretty much been all right. You know what I mean?
and we didn't appreciate this volatility. We always say volatility, the too much volatility.
Yeah.
We had like 10% moves in a day, like ridiculous amount of movement.
Yeah. Well. It's like 1 hour candle is 10%. Like it was crazy volatility on April, especially on April. It was a lot of volatility. But
that's when it all started. I feel like that's when the madness started for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But
man, what a
we are entering now new cycle. Of course, we will get some uptrends, etc. But summer sometimes it's a little bit, let's say, the ATR is low, so you have to adapt and don't aim for very bigger targets. So
we'll wait for the next crash. We'll capitalize on it. So
I think on September or before September, like the negotiation.
Maybe if not, then we'll wait like 10 years. I'll be in my 40s. It'll be nice. Capitalize on it then.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe for me, I think like Bitcoin crash is coming, not Bitcoin crash.
I know nothing about Bitcoin, man.
I'm scared to try to short Bitcoin. That thing's a monster.
I think we're gonna see 120 and then crash down, but we will see. I am pessimistic a little bit. Sorry, guys. If you are holding Bitcoin,
I have 0 Bitcoin.
Yeah. Now, if you said that about XRP, I'm like, oh no, what do you know that I don't know? What did you talk to about your buddies? What do y'all know about
XRP? I like his XRP.
Yeah, I know I'm buying XRP. That was my biggest cryptocurrency trade in life, 14K. So I'm XRP for life.
Everyone is smashing on about XRP. They were like XRP this, XRP that. I don't even know what XRP is, man.
But the XRP, like, which is Ripple, like everyone was talking bad. talking bad about it. They had a
they had
I
some.
think.
Yeah, they did. And just to be totally honest, and I totally believe, and this is me beyond like made money off of it. I just think the utility case is great. Like how we've had ACH, automatic clearinghouse, ACH take 2-3 days to clear. That's been like that for like 30-40 years. XRP/Ripple will replace that. It won't take months or days it won't take 1 to 3 days for the ACH. It'll be 30 minutes.
Quick.
Yeah. That'll be the new ACH.
I think Michael might be holding some XRP.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
But guys, that is time. We've hit time. We're with tomorrow, right? We're on the same session, I think, as well.
Yeah. Next 2 days, I believe. Session 3, Thursday,
Awesome.
Friday.
Perfect.
awesome.
All right. Have a good evening, guys, and
all right,
catch
now.
you in a bit.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Great
Have a good
session,
one,
like always.
Sam. All right, Robert. Good trade today, man.
Take care.
All right, guys.